Welcome everyone to day 2 of the PremierCircuit X TorontoXP Major 3. My name is Seymour. With me, the Holy Juan Theo himself, and we got a large bracket to finish off for this championship day. 4 matches on stream, teams ready to take a title, and a whole lot of action that I'm excited to see.
Yeah, a long day ahead of us, but hey, group stage already practically over. We're in day 2. It's do or die. Obviously, it is double elimination, especially our first match. It is going to be double elim, but yeah, still a lot of Call of Duty to play today.
Yeah, a lot of teams in the lower bracket, still some teams in the winners bracket. We got winners final, and then the lower side, and then grand finals later on. And teams have been very impressive, I will say. I think yesterday, just to kind of round it out, we had a surprise showing from Revive Uprise, who are now in the lower bracket, courtesy of Potsy's Angels, and the rest of the squads there, Galaxy Gaming as well, playing against them right now to see who is going to push further into the lower bracket for us later on. But for you and I, we get to decide who's going to be a winner. And you know what my favorite thing about deciding who a winner is?
You got to tell me.
It's giving them something cool.
And
And we got something cool to give them as well. We got this nice trophy courtesy of the SCC Major 3. It's the PremierCircuit X TorontoXP Major 3, so we had to allow SCC, the hosts of the tournament, to give something nice to the teams that are showing up here, the team that's going to take the title. Obviously, a lot of people are looking at St. Clair to be those winners. I think yesterday they showed nothing but dominance, but do you have any teams so far that have showed up and kind of made you doubt that?
I mean, not doubt that. I still think St. Clair are pretty big favorites, but there have been some teams which have been playing really well, like Zoned Out Gaming. Definitely a team that we might see on stream today. They did lose to St. Clair yesterday, 3-0, just like every other team has lost to St. Clair 3-0. But they put up probably the toughest fight out of any team, especially on that search and destroy that we saw. So yeah, that'd be my team to look out for. Obviously, there's other very strong teams that we're gonna see on stream as well. But if anyone's gonna give Saints a real run for their money, we'll have to wait and see.
I don't know why I asked the St. Clair student if he doubted St. Clair to win. I feel like there's a little bit of bias going
I
on
mean, a
right
little
here.
bit, but numbers don't lie.
Numbers, stats don't lie, especially for these guys. I mean, they're cracked, and we get to see them on stream first off as well as they're going to be taking on Potsy's Angels in the winners final. I know I was talking a little bit to Jay Ray earlier. He walked by. He said, "Colin," he said, yesterday I didn't win a game until I fist bumped you. So give me a fist bump. I did. I did. I thought about not doing it at first, but then I thought that would be super troll,
That'd be
and I
not
don't. I
nice.
don't want to mess with the minds of any competitors. So I'm going along with it. I'm hoping it pays off because I'm looking at Potsy's Angels to be that team that yesterday fell short to the Saints, but overnight you talk about it, you work on things, you show up on day 2 a little bit better. Maybe this is their chance to shine.
Yeah, I mean, other than that series against the Saints, they had a great day yesterday. They were winning every single match. That's why they're here in the uppers. And yeah, they did have the best showing against the Saints, as you said, but it's a new day, fresh start, fresh in the morning. Everyone's still a little bit drowsy, a little bit out of bed. And let's take a look at what kind of maps we'll be seeing in our opening series. Should have a graphic for that right now. We're going to be seeing
Okay.
red card hardpoint, which we didn't really see much yesterday. Protocol S&D, Hacienda Control, Skyline hardpoint, and Rewind S&D for map 5.
So when you punch above the belt to a team that's better than you, what do you think are the key things that you need to look at to take them down?
I mean, you need to throw them off their game because their fundamentals, their understanding of the game is just at a very high level. That's why they're such a good team. So, any map where you can throw them off their game and not let them do what they've practiced the entire time they've played would be good. But on a map like Red Card,
Yeah.
it's hard to do.
And when you kind of boil it down, it just comes down to how prepared you are against them.
hmm
And when I look at a series like that, I mean, starting with a red card, then going into a protocol and the Hacienda for map 3, that just looks like 3 maps that you're consistently prepared for.
Yeah.
Maps that you've been practicing for all year. And for a squad like Potsy's Angels, who, have majority experience playing together over at Conestoga, Starry coming from Carleton to join them as well, this is a team that has that skill level, that
Mhm.
ceiling that they can break through. I said it yesterday that this is a team that obviously hasn't really played together fully. So as the series go on, they're just going to get better and better climbing through this bracket. And I'm looking to see if that coordination has improved and that preparedness for this bracket or for this series in general will show in this map number one. I'm looking at rotations. I'm looking at those ARs to have a good game, lock down those long fights, especially against a player like KB who is going to be frying you.
Mhm.
Rupert, too, you cannot overlook somebody like Rupert. I mean, uh, uh, he has had quite the record, even in challengers. I mean,
Yeah.
challengers grand finals, uh, just like consistent top placements. Players that you have to worry about here on St. Clair. So for Potsy's Angels, coming in with the map set that shows that you've consistently played it, practice it, you're ready for it. This is what I look at for teams to take on St. Clair.
Yeah, it's going to be important if they can come out the gate swinging with a good start on hardpoint and give themselves a chance in the first map because from what we've seen so far, St. Clair has been absolutely dominating teams on uh, the first game. They've just been winning 250 to like 80, 90, 100. Like it hasn't really been close. So if someone can give them a run for their money on the hardpoint, I mean, it's their second time playing them. I'm definitely expecting
Yeah.
a little bit of a closer matchup and if it's like 150, 200, 250, something really close, I would not be surprised if Potsy's Angels are the team to push the Saints to the limit.
I wouldn't either, and I want them to do it here in game number one. So we load into the red card. Saints going to start off with a little bit of time. You can see the kill feed. A lot of green is showing. So Rupert looking for a little bit reward off of those opening engagements, but focused on outside control. Potsy's Angels going to look to contest that. A little bit of bad timing, and Starry doesn't realize a member of the Saints has actually slipped through. It's Seawads in behind the play. He's going to shoot Frizzy in the back, try to disconnect the rest of these Angels and allow the Saints back in the hill.
Yeah, kills going left and right, but it's been Cootie sitting inside of the zone for 12 seconds now. Got the Saints a nice little 20-0 lead as both teams going to be setting up for this P2. But Potsy's finding some nice kills. KB's on a big flank though. Have they spotted him out? Starry looking for the 1v1. KB picks that one up and doesn't find the second. Nice trade from J-Ray. And the spawns are good here for Potsy's Angels, but St. Clair, they are spawning in behind as well. So it's going to be complete chaos on this P2. A nice double kill from Starry, but St. Clair, they're still coming and coming. Potsy's have yet to pick up a point on the hard point.
36 seconds. Saints are in. Potsy's Angels back spawns. You can see J-Ray up top. We snap to him. He finds the first one. See if it allows some openings for the rest of the team to pour on in. Neb's there. Frizzy, nice shots on Cootie. And the break for the Angels. So 20 seconds that you'd love to grab here would bring you not to a tie game, but pretty damn close. So you want to get every second. Unfortunately, Cootie with the flank. Pretty sure he spawned out. The red card special. And Saints are back in for scrap.
Yeah, they're going to get these last few seconds, even going to give up the last few seconds just to rotate over to P3 on time. And here the SMGs are going to shine these close corners. Seawads and Rupert getting the first few kills. Rupert with a double kill, and the point is in the Saints' favor.
Spawns in the back too for the Angels. So right now you have to be careful not to get trapped back here. Obviously these players are going to be very practiced in the spawn trap for P3. And you can see Seawads going to try to dominate this outside lane. He slides out. Second one tagged. He's just toying with him now. Seawads with 3. Steal Potsy's Angels struggling to get out of this. And now I like this call from J-Ray. He's going to try to overextend, but Cootie, he just hunts him down.
Cootie working towards those streaks does get taken down, but it's such a good P3 for St. Clair here. They get so much time. Finally, the respawns from Potsy's Angels. They're able to break through the spawn trap, but Siwa spawns in behind. I don't think anyone's going to be ready for him to come into that point. Should have a free kill there. And he's going to be able to do it and take these last few seconds at the hard point of St. Clair rotating over to P4 really early.
Yeah, again, St. Clair just on top of these rotos. One thing that you would expect from them, Potsy's Angels all working from the left side of the map. The only person is here, Starry, on screen that can maybe send things into obliteration. However, nobody is showing anything to Starry, and as soon as they do, it's too late. Starry gives himself up. The shots are easy from the Saints as they turn around and deal with that threat. And that's going to spawn Potsy's Angels all together now on the bottom side of the map. So having to work through that P2 A lot of ground to cover just to cross and get to this P4 setup, and as you do, the crossfire from St. Clair just melts them. 20 seconds left, and I feel like these Angels haven't even gotten close to the hill.
Yeah, it feels like St. Clair's winning 3v4 on the map. I don't think KB has moved off of this objective since he's been on it, and it's going to be basically a full 60 seconds here on P4. What a start here for St. Clair through the first 4 rotations, but we're going back to P1 now, right in, oh, P5, sorry, P5, right on the outside of the map, and it looks like St. Clair have a full control of it yet again as Potsy's. They're getting some good kills here, 3 on the board now. They're going to take some control, but there's still members on both sides where they can look to pinch. If Seawaz can pick up this kill, he doesn't though.
Yeah.
So Potsy's Angels finally looking to settle a bit in.
That's all forked down for a second. You would have liked to see some time off of that for Potsy's Angels, but St. Clair fast off the break, back into form. Cootie's just going to drive the rest of the team right into this hill. He's got the pistol out, not going to win that battle, but he's got help. And it's a 2 for 2. Rupert finds Neb. That's 3. So that's going to equal some time now for the Saints back into that hard point. They are just soaking up each hill as much as they can, whenever they can. And 153 to 27, heading into the next rotations. This is a big lead for St. Clair. I would have liked to see Potsy's Angels maybe a little bit more forward on these rotations. Something to at least throw the Saints off.
Yeah, St. Clair firing on all cylinders, and they're back in P1. They got a decent amount of time on this hardpoint the first time out, and looking to do so again. C1's on the outside of the map, just sneaking around behind the entire team of Potsy's Angels. Able to find one, finds a second. Great shots there from Seawaz. The trades do come through from Potsy's Angels, but St. Clair still cruise control. They're on the hardpoint this entire time, and they keep stacking up the points.
Look at this from KB. He's going to hit the full rotation in through behind. That's going to give up these better spawns for Potsy's Angels for the P2 rotation, but you still don't want to give up any seconds of this hill 1. So back over towards the contest. Couple lives going to be lost there, but Frizzy watching these back spawns. Seawaz is going to get the better of him. It actually flips things around, and you can see that KB is going to get blessed with a spawn over towards the cafe, so that's going to create a pinch now for the Saints together to see if they can collapse on this rotation to new. Outside stage control, something you got to be really worried about if you're Potsy's Angels, and Rupert winning every battle in the hill right now.
A little bit of help from KB there, who picks up a couple more on a 2 streak now. And St. Clair yet again first to the hard point, and even though all the kills are going over to Potsy's Angels, they're nowhere near the objective. Jerry tries to push it but gets taken down. Neb will find the trade but gets shot in the back. It seems like Saints have somebody shooting from every single angle. Now it's going to be Starry who's going to be the first one to try and get in this point, but they're not even touching it. St. Clair not letting them anywhere near the hard point. The kills are pretty even. Finally, Potsy's Angels get in, but it just seems like St. Clair can break with such ease.
Yeah, and I mean, like, you look at everything that Potsy's Angels are doing, and it's like, yeah, you're getting 3 down, you're getting 4 down, but it seems like that last player in line for St. Clair is there to contest for some of that seconds, and it's just staggering the time given to the Angels. Saints always able to break back in. That's good timing for J-Ray. He's going to catch Seawaz with a trophy in hand, but KB's there to trade.
Ooh.
Frizzy goes down. It's 3 again. Spawns in the back. We saw how this went last time. It was a near 60 for St. Clair, and this is their chance to put it away.
Yeah, they can end the game right here. Just need a couple kills here. Don't let Potsy's get anywhere near the point as they're looking to just keep on pushing their lead forward. KB finds a kill, still sitting on this hard point. Nobody can get him off now on a 5 spree, only on 5 HP. Has to be a little bit careful, but 242 and counting. KB is going ballistic on this point. Nobody can slow him down. That's 8 in a row to close out the map for KB, and St. Clair with a very dominant map 1 victory.
I think that's what they call demon mode.
Yeah, 8
from KB. 8 in a row on P3 of red card with an aims in your hands. They were lining up at the ends, and St. Clair were happy to put that one away. And a map that they confidently showed Potsy's Angels who is the boss in this arena. 25 and 16 out of KB. I mean, that is impressive stat line to say the least. But even for the entirety of that red card, I mean, you kind of mentioning that even though Potsy's Angels were finding some kills, struggling to translate that into objective time. And I think that is something that a lot of teams have faced against this St. Clair team. It's just how fast they play, how devious they are in terms of contesting that point and making sure that even though you are in an advantageous spot, you're not really getting anything out of it. And a lot of high-level teams will make you struggle at getting that time if you don't have those players who are, winning those fights and then collapsing to a setup for that hill. So, I mean, it's a troublesome spot to be in for Potsy's Angels, but St. Clair just doing what Saints do best.
And now Potsy's Angels, they can't look back. They can only look forward. Search and Destroy is going to be the next map we play. Obviously, a very strong hard point, but it's a respawn game mode. We're playing a completely different game here in Search and Destroy. And, last time we saw St. Clair on stream, they did drop a few rounds. Obviously, it was on a bit of a newer map. This is a map they're much more experienced on, but I would definitely like to see Potsy's Angels try some different strategies, something that isn't maybe as well practiced by St. Clair to really just throw them off their game.
Well, you got some options right now for Search and Destroy, too. I mean, you think about, maybe going to a Hacienda Search and Destroy. I don't want to go to a Hacienda against St. Clair. That's just asking for them to walk all over you in terms of those timings through the breaks. But then you go to a protocol, you think about a dealership even yesterday when we were watching it and how fast that zoned out gaming were able to hit those flanks on St. Clair. But eventually they learned. And then you realize that dealership doesn't really have that many routes to keep adapting on those attacks. It's just, you hit that site, you win your fights, you get the bomb down, then you have that post-plant setup. But if you think about a protocol or a rewind and how many options you have for the attacking side and maybe even the defending side to just do different things. Attack, you can go for the quick drop into elevator, trophies down, plant the bomb at A as fast as possible, and then you're into a site where it's one of the most difficult sites to retake in Black Ops 6.
Yeah.
Or without those trophies, you battle through the middle of the map, you get some timings, you find a first blood, and you take it over towards B. You flip it around towards the spawn of the defenders, and you have that back turret set up or the helipad set up. Again, a very difficult site to retake. Two very good options. You want to fight through grandmas, you want to fight through triple, still things you can do as an attacker, and all things that you can also do as a defender too. So there's options in this map when it comes to attack and defense, and I think that for Potsy's Angels, you want to make sure that against St. Clair, you have as many options you can. It reflects in that rewind map 5 as well, and how big the map is, how many chances there are to do different things. These are, again, good maps to go to for Potsy's Angels. So to see it here, I think that you're exactly right in saying that I want to see Potsy's Angels throw some wrenches in the plan, do some different things, try to catch the Saints off guard. And that's really going to come down to how many tricks are up their sleeve for this map. How many times are we going to see them do different things? And right away, it's going to be a contest through the big door. Both subs here for Potsy's Angels.
Yeah, Kuti drops in. Has to be careful here. KP going to be the first to fall. Kuti trying to get out of danger. The trades do come out. It's a 2-for-2 swing so far. But still, St. Clair looks like they're trying to maybe go towards the B site now, as the initial A push didn't work out too well for them. Rupert with the AR and Kuti with the SMG. They're going to get the plant.
Yeah.
And now in the post-plant situation, they can set up basically anywhere they want.
So this is that option here for Saints. You get shut out towards A, you take the bomb to B. Now, set up over towards helipad. Starry up top. Can he find this fight towards the helicopter?
Big shots come through. Doesn't find the kill there, but Kuti on the flank, able to pick one up. And now Starry in the 1v2. Might just go for the ninja, but it's planted on the other side.
Yeah.
And a pretty clean first round coming out from the St. Clair Saints.
It's tough, too. I mean, you have to understand that second player, Kuti, you have no idea where he is. All your attention is taking Rupert out of the helicopter. And Kuti, what he does is he hides in the little divot that's in the wall down towards the staircase to P1. And that creates that off angle that not a lot of people are going to be expecting when you're diving over the wall into that helipad. So Kuti plays just almost for the bait that Rupert is. He gets around the play. He retakes that height in the post plants, and there's really nothing St. Clair could do after they give it up.
And they launch nades there, and they do pick up J-Ray. Now, Saints are on defense, but Seawads is going for a massive flank, and I don't think Potsy's Angel's going to be too ready for that one. Rupert throws a nade at the anti-air artillery there. Doesn't get the best connection, but look at this flank from Seawads. This is all just another, as you said last round, bait, and doesn't even pick up the initial kill, but now he's deep in enemy territory. Should be able to find a kill here. Seawads is able to pick up the bomb carrier. Now the rest of the Saints should look to collapse. Oreo McFrizzy in a world of trouble here. Has 11 bullets left in this Amy's. Needs to find a kill to get a good start to this round. Should be able to pick
nice
up
read.
KB there. That's a nice start to the round.
Yeah, the Frizzmeister in a 1 versus 2 now. Flame coming through from Seawads again. So if you're not fast, you're going to get caught. And that's basically the story of that entire round. As soon as those first bloods come through, Potsy's Angels stuck in the mud a bit. And what's open? The route through P2 all the way back behind Lighthouse. Seawads doesn't stop running. And it was 40 seconds into the round that he was in your spawn. So fast from Seawads to get that flank going. And as soon as you lose that bomb carry, as soon as Frizzy's in that 1 versus 3, not many options you could do when you're stuck in your spawn.
Yeah, not a lot of options. It feels like the AR play from St. Clair, the way they're holding down these angles has been perfect so far. Rupert on a 3 spree. A couple more kills will have that RC car 1 away, as it looks like it's going to be an A push for side St. Clair, and Potsy's Angels completely uncontested.
Lots of top mid control for Potsy's Angels. Potentially gonna drop through that elevator, see if they can hit the flank. J-Ray through the big door, so collapsing from 2 different sides. But they gotta do this all at the same time. 33 seconds to retake.
30 seconds to go. Let's see how Potsy's Angels decide to play it. A nade goes down the back. Jerry finds the initial pick here for Potsy's Angels. They're signing through, and just like that, in the blink of an eye, they find all 4. Great job there from Potsy's Angels, and they get their first round of the S&D.
Yeah, I mean, what a way to retake that as well. It's just all 4 players set up from different sides, and then bam, they hit it at the exact same time. And that's like the only way you're really able to retake that site. It has to be down to the timing, obviously winning your fights. Like, that's the forehead thing to say, but St. Clair just need to be disoriented in that situation. They do exactly that. They win their battles. I mean, it was a 4-for-1 split in favor of Potsy's Angels. So that is an incredible round for themselves to put themselves on the board and show that even on one of the hardest retakes, they can still get this job done. But can they do it twice?
Yeah, there's still a lot of rounds to go. It's obviously nice to get that first one, but Seawads, he's going to try and slow down that momentum, gets the first blood on
They're already in Grandma's, too.
Yeah, they're pushing up quickly, St. Clair here. Cootie picks up a second, and there's just shots coming in from all angles. Potsy's Angels not ready for the aggression. Starry picks up 1, looks for the second, is able to get it, but the bomb is stuck all the way across the map, and it's going to be very hard for him to get to this one.
He's got names now, and Cootie just hands it over, spots the second one, and he gets up.
Ace.
Let him know, Starry. What a ace from this young man.
What a play there. I like the skin as well, the shark with the chain. I think it's like him in real life, wearing the beater, wearing the chain. I think it impersonates it perfectly. And after an ace like that, you can show off, show out. I mean, ties up the map at 2 rounds apiece, and now we have an even ball game.
I mean, they kind of fed that ace, but well, you got to hit your shots. Jinx.
Yeah, we said the same thing there.
2-2, Potsy's Angels. Wow, Starry, maybe breathing some life back into this team when you need so desperately. St. Clair just trying to bully through the middle of the maps. Rupert again, first blood. Seawads, find some timing. I don't know how he does this every round.
Yep, easy kills here for St. Clair. It just seems like Potsy's get thrown off guard, and yet again we have Starry in a world of trouble. 1v4, and this time St. Clair are gonna shut him down. So St. Clair, seems like they're just so quick to their point. They find the kill so early in the round. Attack, defense, it doesn't matter. They're going full on aggression, and Potsy's Angels, you just slow them down.
I'm like just as much as a fan for 1v4 aces as the next guy.
Yeah.
But I'm not a fan of seeing a 1v4 ace, then you leave that guy in another 1v4 situation the round after. I mean, you got to ride that momentum into the next round and at least elevate your play to support Starry, because now all of that momentum just gets iced. And I think St. Clair obviously are just kind of getting away with some timings there. You saw Seawads again for free, getting into the flank situation. Stuns, not trophy here. Nade from Seawads, he spots it, see if he can reposition. And then Nade lands, Cootie's gonna find two. Seawads over the top, gets Frizzy. And it's Starry again in a 1v3.
And it goes over to St. Clair again. Starry, I mean, he is that AR player, playing a little bit more passive, watching out for some flank angles. But St. Clair, they're just going straight to the point. They're taking the gunfights, and inside of that point, I think it was 2-on-3 for St. Clair, and they still came out on top in that little skirmish. So St. Clair's SMG play was just perfect in that round, and now they're up 4 rounds to 2.
You just cannot keep giving St. Clair these free kills.
Yeah.
You need, if you're going to drop down this late into the series, you need a trophy to block those stuns, nades, everything. You're just losing players on the cross. And if not that, you need to have some dominance up top, because St. Clair have been getting behind the play time and time again. So a little bit better. Neb's going to get some action over towards P2, and now he's in behind. So if he can play a little bit of distraction back here, it's going to funnel these Saints back into this A site. That's what they do. So bomb going down, Cootie in a 1vx, Seawads alone once more. See if he can do what Starry just did rounds previous, but not a chance this time. Neb, he's going to track that last player down. 3 in the round from Neb as well. That is a big, big clutch.
Great round there from Potsy's Angels. It all started with that little flank kill. Then in the back of the Saints' brains, like, all right, there's someone behind us. We need to either turn around or push forward. And then on all sides of the map, Potsy's Angels just had the numbers advantage and got their trades.
And you need to see more things like that from Neb. I mean, just like players who are going to contest those routes from the Saints and try to take those 1v1s up close. I mean, like, yes, like sometimes you're probably going to lose them, but like at times like that where Neb wins it, like Saints are forced to do something else. And with that, Potsy's just, it's give and take. So like you see that, you know, a route's open through P1, so aggress into Grandma's and get behind the Saints fast. And they do such a good job at playing fast.
Hopefully we see a trophy come out as yet again. Oh, what a push it from
Superman!
Picks up a couple kills. Nobody from St. Clair saw that coming. Plant's gonna go down. It's a 4v2 post plan for Podsies, and if you're on the Podsies, you need to close this round out. Don't give St. Clair any chance to come back into this one. KB gonna get taken down by Starry. Rupert's gonna look for some shots, but there's gonna be too many members. He does pick up the first, but gets traded out, and just like that, we have a tie game.
Now, I don't know if it's a tank top, but he kind of looks like Superman too.
A little bit, and when he's diving out like that, I mean, he is Superman. He is Superman.
Faster than a speeding bullet, the man of steel.
Hey, tie game.
Why not? Tie game here. Potsy's Angels giving the Saints a little bit of a run on this protocol. And I think for the Saints now, it's back to the basics. B-site's going to be open here. They've been doing, I'd say, the Lord's work when it comes to these first bloods up top. So what do we see out of them? Well, look at that. It's going to be a hit through mid, and nobody is here to stop them. They went for the 4-on-4 over towards A, and it looks like you're finally realizing this if they're Frizzy.
McFrizzy, he's going to be the one who needs to find a kill here. I don't know if St. Clair have any ideas here, but it's going to be Starry getting the pick onto Seawads. The bomb is down on B, however, so Potsy's going to have to move a little bit quickly. J-Ray has no idea there's a player in the corner. Nice spot from KB. Makes it a 3-on-3, and KB finds a second.
Yeah, KB just shutting down any presence there were for a flank. Starry laser focused on whether or not KB's going to jump out that window, but Rupert drawing the attention of the rest, snaps to Starry. Frizzy in a 1 versus 3. Let's see if he can clutch up in 15 seconds. It would be a record here at TXP. That record is not going to happen anytime soon. So St. Clair taking map point on the protocol. Potsy's Angels going to have to try their hand at an attacking round to see if they can force a round 11.
Yeah, they look good on their last few attacks, so if I'm on Potsy's, I'm still feeling relatively confident. You know you need to win this round, however. Like, there's no other option.
It's even in that last round, like, imagine if J-Ray doesn't look right. He looks left.
They win.
Like, I don't know if KB was, like, fully watching that window or if he just turned at the right time, but, like, if that timing works out, like, you probably win that round.
It would be 4-on-2.
Yeah.
So Can't look back though for Potsy's Angels. KB
Oh!
catches C-Wads with a nade. How do we keep
That's a
seeing
gift.
this? How do we keep seeing these team kills with grenades and S&D? But KB trying to get it back in blood. J-Ray though takes him down, and now Potsy's Angels have a 4-on-2 on their hands.
Just fly.
Rupert, he finds a kill, but gets taken out. The plant should go down on Bien Kuti now in a world of trouble. Needs to make a miracle happen.
Well, there's the first step. Finds the timing onto J-Ray. Fast flank from Kuti, and he's already repositioned. Bomb just going down, so it's lots of time to unravel this. You see the split? It's going to be Frizzy
1v1s.
on Heli. Neb to the back of turret, and I think Kuti may have spotted him. No, he
No,
didn't
he's
spot him. So as soon as you give up your position, whether it's Frizzy or Neb, it's a round for Potsy's Angels to take us to a round 11 on Protocol.
Round 11, I mean, we didn't really expect this to be the case, but here we are, Potsy's Angels putting themselves in the most prime position to get a map off St. Clair. And then after the first map falls, who knows what could happen, but you need to close this out if you're Potsy's Angels. You've built all this momentum. You've played so well on this map. You got a bit of good fortune that last round. St. Clair, they're on the defense again, so Potsy's get to control where they want to go, and looks like it might be a push up a mid, maybe looking towards the A side. They're all gonna drop in, but so are the Saints. It's gonna be complete chaos down here. Rupert finds C1s with a team kill, picks up J-Ray, who finds one with a nade, so it's a 2v3 now for St. Clair. And Potsy's Angels, they're gonna get this plant down in A, and it's danger levels now for St. Clair.
Suddenly, maybe the flawless run for St. Clair might not be so flawless. Rupert and KB, the AR lineup, has some pressure from up top. Frizzy gonna spot both members. He backs down. The other two stuck inside. KB gonna slide on in. Neb's gonna be the first to fall. Can you find a second one? Nice from Starry, and Frizzy there as well. So here we go, the winner's final. Potsy's Angels step up to the adversity that has been the St. Clair Saints, and they deliver their first map loss of the tournament.
Hey, if you're gonna beat the Saints, you need to be winning the Search and Destroy game modes. That's been known for quite a while to be their weaker game mode. They're extremely dominant on the respawn game modes, but what a map from Potsy's Angels. I mean, a bit of fortune, good fortune here and there, but they just played on a very even field with St. Clair, and when they saw their opportunities, they took them very swiftly.
I was gonna say, I mean, good fortune, but like, you still have to play through that round. Like, you still have to win the round. And we've seen in the past teams, you know, give up team kills, but still win the round, especially this weekend.
Yeah.
So the fact that Potsy's Angels were able to take those opportunities and secure wins off of them. I know maybe the Saints are still waking up. They haven't had their early morning tea, you know, whatever. But that's going to give us quite the winner's final here. What a treat that we've just been given. Now guaranteed a map 4. Chance for Potsy's Angels to maybe upset the top seed here in the brackets and send the Saints to the lower side. So we got control coming up very, very soon. We're going to let these players take a little bit of a break on stage. We're going to take a break here on the desk. We'll be back with map 3 for the TPC TXP Major 3. Welcome back, everybody, to the TPC TXP Major 3. We got one hell of a winner's final going on right now. Potsy's Angels take the Search and Destroy over the St. Clair Saints. Something that they weren't able to do yesterday. And kind of talking about this whole series just in general and how they've laid out the map set. We talked about preparedness. We talked about giving yourself those opportunities. Well, they were given opportunities inside map number 2. They were prepared to take them, and they take the map.
Yeah, a great map from them. Very close map, but when they mattered most in those last few rounds, they got some good fortune and they closed it out. So they played great when they needed to, and now it's a completely tied series. Now it's just a best of 3, but we're going to control Hacienda map number 3. We saw what the first respawn game would look like. It was complete dominance from St. Clair, but I think Potsy's Angels might have a little bit of confidence running through their veins. They pick up 3 early kills, and they get off to a great start here on this next map.
Something that I know Potsy, he's just thinking right now, is that he knows these Conestoga players more than anybody, and maybe even Starry. It's just these players run off of confidence and momentum. And you watch that map too, you take a win, there's no better confidence than taking a win like that, especially in a round 11 format. So you know that heading into this next map, Potsy's Angels are going to be riding that high. And this is their chance to show up and put St. Clair down.
Yeah, and one player you told me to look out for on this Potsy's Angels team has been Starry. You said he's kind of a player that could be very, very good for this team. And that 1v4 clutch last round, a good start to this map, 3-0 already, and St. Clair haven't gotten too much progress going anywhere. They are on the B side, but look at the kills. It's all pink in the kill feed. Rupert's going to get pinched from every single angle here, and he won't be able to fight off the defenders. He goes down. There's a big flank here from Seawaz, though. Does he get spotted out? Doesn't look like that's the case, but as soon as he enters here, they're going to know that there has to be a player back here. It's going to be a one-on-one here, but there's all the pink members turning around, and Seawaz just has to play his life as the rest of St. Clair nowhere near him.
Yeah, look at the life lead too. 22 to 15. 15 seconds left. St. Clair, a couple members towards top office. It's going to be Seawatch looking for a way over towards B, maybe, and here it is. Both players drop on down, but they don't think Frizzy's going to be right there. 7 seconds. They're on to B, but the flank coming through. J-Ray's going to line up too. That could be the dagger for the first round. KB surrounded, traded, and now they're on to A. So double progression is going to keep them alive for a moment as the Saints are looking to steal away any ticks that they can get heading into round 2.
Yeah, point A so hard to log down for the offense. There's a kill, 1.5 left now as Rupert jumps back in here, but he's going to get shot out. But they're back on B now. Nobody's alive on A. St. Clair doing a great job of juggling, but J-Ray, he picked up that kill. That could have been a round-ending. Kuti won't be alive for too long here, you'd have to think. Does get taken out, and that's it. What a round from Potsy's Angels on the defense.
They just never die, I swear. It's like, oh, you're at B. Okay, 3 down. Okay, they're at A now. 3 down. Okay, they're still on B. Like, what's going on here?
It was just a stalling method. I mean, it looked good, but in the end, they were just leaking lives. Even if they capped one, the live lead was insane in that round.
It was like 17 to 8 or so. I don't know.
It was big.
Absurd.
Just a great start to the second map. Obviously, it's a defensive sided map, like every control is.
But that was a convincing defense.
Yeah.
And after a round 11 win, like I said, you're riding that high, you're riding that momentum. There's a fire lit underneath these Angels. Yeah, they might be more demons than angels at this point.
Hey, it's the Saints against the Angels, the holy battle. And now we're off into round 2. It is. It's into round 2. Potsy's Angels starting off with a bang, a couple early picks, but Seawads needs to slow down that momentum, picks up a couple big kills himself.
Quick play over towards B. All 4 members for Potsy's Angels just looking to see if they can get the better zone first. However, they lose the lives, and that's going to allow Frizzy to go a little bit rogue now in their spawn. However, he's got to act fast because if not, KB is going to recognize it. He does just that. 3 down for Potsy's Angels. Back off the respawn.
Back off the respawn. Deep into enemy spawn. St. Clair trying to push in as Potsy's Angels haven't really made too much progress on the map so far. And you can see Kuti, he's sitting deep in enemy territories. Nobody's been able to spot him out, but KB gonna be the first one to fall. Kuti, though, has a massive flank here. Should have some trigger discipline. Will have 2 free kills for himself. There it goes. great map control from St. Clair on the defense, and they're pushing Potsy's back into respawn.
Yeah, that's just good timing from Saints and excellent patience that pays off. You had a chance there for Potsy's Angels with all 4 players behind enemy lines, but it's not able to win their gunfights. And when you open up this map and you have such clean defense,
Wait a second.
you're hoping that you move to offense and you have a chance to do the same thing on the other side. However, St. Clair dealing with this pressure and dealing with it well. One last chance for Potsy's Angels as they're on towards this B zone. First segment, I don't know if it actually got secured. So far, 4.9. Frizzy's going to drop towards A. You lose the rush to B. And the time is going to drain and trickle out. So Potsy's Angels maybe walk away with a tick, maybe not. I didn't see if it actually got confirmed.
I think it did.
I think there's a moment there in the stat bug where usually it says that the segment's secured. It said that KB was on a 5 spree. Kind of toxic for the game to say that instead of the secure, but it makes me doubt that that actually was secured.
Well, it's also really important because both teams have looked so good on defense, but St. Clair has definitely gotten more progress on attack. In that 5th round, obviously whoever gets more progress, more ticks, will have the defense. So we saw it hugely impact the series yesterday where the defense won all their rounds in round 5. They had a little bit more progress. They won the last defensive round. Will that be the case in this series? I mean, it might very well be with the way both these teams have been defending, as yet again, Potsy's Angels getting off to a good start on defense. Neb getting a couple early kills to start off this 3rd round.
It's still something that you just can't take your foot off the gas right now if you're Potsy's Angels, because Hacienda offenses do sneak away very quickly, especially if you go 4 down. So Rupert over towards B, you win that fight, maybe you have a chance to stack, but he drops before that segment is fully locked in. And there's another player to take his place. J-Ray gonna drop down for the contest. Lots of players taking angles and routes for Potsy's Angels, but J-Ray's gonna get dropped. Net there to trade, but it's still Seawads and Rupert around the play and on the zone. So lots of pressure here for Starry to see if he can make some magic with the flank.
Spots out Rupert, nice shot there from Starry. That's a big kill, but a couple ticks of progress onto the B side. KB flies in out of nowhere, takes down Starry, and I'm not sure Potsy's Angels are gonna be able to come back in time to contest this one. They try, they find a couple of trades back. Only one member left alive here for Potsy's Angels. Goes down. That should be the point. Orion McCrizzy gonna give it one last attempt. Gets the kill and holds on to the side of St. Clair. Way too early. Rotated over to A and just didn't really full force that B side.
Slow and steady now for Potsy's Angel. You're walking on eggshells, but you're still in this one. Only down 2 lives. 56 seconds. Half of that B zone, last tick gonna be captured. Half of the second one over towards A. Couple fights being won around the map, but it's still St. Clair going toe-to-toe with keeping that space forward, allowing some respawns out of here. Cootie now looking to strike. He slides out, and he actually backs down Neb right into the line of sight of KB. So over towards A for these Saints. They get the second tick of progress in before J-Ray takes them off the zone. And the Saints are just ping-ponging this one. They're just holding on to as much as they can.
And the lives might come into effect here. Only 10 left for Potsy's Angels, and if St. Clair
gotta
caps
contest.
one, yeah, they gotta contest something, A or B, as that's gonna be point A secured. Point B so close to being capped as well. One more tick, and only 7 lives. It's looking dire here for Potsy's Angels.
3 go dead. KB's just gonna cap it. And that's it for the offensive round. I said, I mean, Hacienda's just one of those maps. It can sneak away from you so fast if you're just running routes constantly, if you're always trying to look for those respawning players and never looking towards the ones who are just hopping that time and slowly chipping away to those ticks. And St. Clair, every opportunity that they had somebody just jump the zone. Sometimes it was 2 members, sometimes it was just the 1 member, but it was like slowly building up to the point where it's like, you just can't let them do that anymore if you're Potsy's Angels, and they never really adjusted to those setups in terms of trying to actually fight for those objectives. Have a player there, put somebody in towards top secret to watch the push through well, or have somebody towards their lobbies so that when you get in towards that A point, you can just turn around into the window and fight that battle with an aims in your hands. It was fireplace control, rock control, and sometimes even office control, and I think St. Clair were just happy to bleed through those objectives.
And now it's a rough spot for Potsy's Angels. They'll have to win 2 attacking rounds in a row to close out this map. But St. Clair, they are starting off this defense with a bang.
Oh
It's,
boy.
10 straight kills here for St. Clair now without Potsy's finding one. Dating back to last round as well. And Seawads and KB keep frying 6 spree for KB. He's going to be close to those kill streaks. One more kill. We'll get the Hellstorm, but no. Gets taken down. That's a big kill by Oreo McFrizzy. But a lot of work to do here for Potsies as they sneak their way on to be with J-Ray. He's going to get contested here. One-on-one gunfight. Can he get it? Gets shot in the back, but the rest of his team is here to support. And Potsies Angels now look like they have some control, but a big flank from Rupert.
Yeah, it's good for J-Ray to stay alive. 3 members now on the B zone.
Oh,
Rupert could have his hands full, but not so much as nobody's looking for the flank. Free shots for Rupert. 4 in a row. 19 lives left for Potsy's Angels as they're just down to 30 seconds, but you can see that this is going to be a late play over towards B, split in towards Secret, dive out onto this point, but Cootie's underneath them.
Cootie is underneath them. They have no idea. He picks up a Ray J and he picks up another one. Big kills here from Cootie. Neb does pick up one, and Potsies do have a couple players in the backlines of the Saints. It's only going to be Neb now who starts to cap on B. You can see Cootie instantly turns around, and Neb is in a world of trouble. He's going to get pinched here from both sides. It's just a matter of time before he goes down. KB finds down, and with 10 seconds left, I don't think Potsies are going to be able to get onto either of these sites.
Not with Seawads in a position to just continue to drop these lives. So rest of the team behind him to pick up any stragglers. Time bleeds out, and the St. Clair Saints, they say, you know what, Potsy's Angels, you've had enough time in the light. It's our turn to just retake that. And a dominant last 3 rounds inside of the control. This play from Cootie, I mean, it is just so simple from him to just take these 1v1s, nobody effectively trading him. He jumps up, he reads the play back in towards Newhall, and there is nothing that the Potsy's Angels were doing to properly communicate where that lone player was. I would have liked to see a trade onto Cootie there. I think that, you know, it's really hard to track that player, especially in you when he can just slide side to side, but for the rest of them to just push through office, you either got a full send to that plat, or you got to double back together to see if you could trade that one guy out. If not, you're just going to get dismantled. And I think St. Clair, I don't want to say they're like furious because we know these players and they're definitely not furious after losing that game.
They're not happy.
Maybe not happy for sure, but they just show, again, that they're the better team when it comes down to these respawns and their fundamental just knowledge of how to hold on to a round on offense as long as possible, or, you know, push the lives to the edge for Potsy's Angels on defense. It's just second to none right now at this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, St. Clair, they're one of the best respawn game mode teams in all of collegiate COD, and they're showing out. Obviously, S&D was, you know, a good map from Starry's Angels, but we're going to be heading to another respawn game mode. It's going to be Hardpoint, and after such a dominant 3 rounds in a row there from St. Clair and the first Hardpoint, I mean, what do you do if you're Starry Angels to give yourself a chance on this Hardpoint map?
I think you're just kind of missing a few things in the last round. That whole play from Cootie shows that maybe the comms are a little bit chaotic. You just are not really deciding on what to do in that situation. And when that player jumps out of Newhall, the timing is off for the second player to be a little bit disconnected from that. So you drop down, you get picked off for that first kill, and then the second one comes maybe like half a second, maybe a second later. So Cootie easily repositions. You got to be playing together in those scenarios. Drop together, hit it at the same time, make sure that you're able to trade each other out. And one thing on Red Card that they were doing well is slaying. And we saw moments where they were going 3-4 down for Saints, but off the respawn, they had that player who was quickly able to readjust and get back into contest the hill. Every opportunity that you have in this Skyline hardpoint to hop on that hill, somebody has to pick up that mantle for Potsy's Angels. It's got to be a team game because Skyline is way too fast-paced to just have that secure objective player. When the zone is open, when there's a chance to hop the hill, you got to have somebody to do it. And the rest of the team just has to adjust around you and reposition to fill those gaps. Skyline is just way too quick to play fundamentally. You need to be fast, you need to be ready, and you have to stay ahead of these kills, because if St. Clair start to run away with it, we saw yesterday just how good they are on this map.
Yeah, this is probably one of their better maps on the hardpoint. KB gonna start the map off with a grenade kill onto the J-Ray there, but gets another one, and just like that, St. Clair walk onto the point with CWADs. He's just gonna be camping out there, getting them some time, as the rest of St. Clair, they're just fragging out. They are killing everybody on Podsies. KB now on the 4th spree. Gonna pull out the pistol, needs to reload that aim, as you think. Does that? Oh, he has bullets in it. Doesn't show that he has any in the bottom right, but picked up a second one, I guess. And Rupert got a double kill. It's just a great start to the map for St. Clair.
Gotta love context. Aye, St. Clair opening things up in the skyline as flawless as you could ask for. 43 uncontested seconds, and it looks like you're gonna get the rest of this time at old unless Starry finds himself an angle. So no scrap time for the St. Clair, but they got majority of the time off of P1 and 47 seconds unanswered. And the rotation to nil. You need a break fast here if you're Podsies Angels.
Yeah, map just started. Podsies Angels already down 50 points. That's not the best start you've ever seen. Kuti is in a world of trouble, but the rest of his team is just mowing everybody down. It's a clean 4 for Ace. And another reset coming out from Podsies. St. Clair pushing the pace beautifully. Kuti has been doing work in this bar area. It's been Rupert this time sitting on the harp. You can see only 2 players on St. Clair actually have capture time, Rupert and CWADs. It just seems like St. Clair is able to run over Podsies 3v4.
Doesn't look like KB is a little happy right now.
10 and 2.
3 in a row for himself. Wilfer lines them up. That's going to be a triple kill to again force Podsies Angels off a little bit of a stagger. Frizzy, he's going to at least take a couple of seconds away from Podsies Angels, but lots of focus over to the new hill. J-Ray going to roar into action. Frizzy finds the 3rd there, so now's your setup. You're in, you're getting some time. Can you hold on?
Let's see how they decide to hold this one. A double flank coming out from St. Clair, and 2 people going to go straight onto the point. CWADs doesn't win his one there, but Kuti picks up a couple, gets traded out, but Rupert finds Starry, and just like that, nobody has control of it. Saints finally do get on top of it as a couple more frags come out. Orion McFrizzy doesn't find that kill onto Kuti, who does get traded out. And you know, Podsies Angels finding some nice trades here, nice kills, but they're just struggling to get near the objective. See, nice plays coming out, double kill from Neb there, but Saints just have too many members.
Hey, it's always the next player for the Saints who's just it's always there. It always feels like there's like a 5th guy on the St. Clair team.
I was gonna say
and it's like I think that just shows how patient they are in starting these trade wars, because you're able to just kick things off at the first blood. Podsies Angels may be able to trade you out, but then you have lives, and you're just able to hold those lives until you're the last one standing. So St. Clair, another good rotation over towards this 4th hill. You do have a member in Neb who is looking to start this flank, and he does catch KB. It allows for J-Ray a timing for the front. He's going to take the 2, but CWAD's able to pick up for what is next, and not able to fully hold them off, so they're in.
Yeah, good flip there from Podsies Angels, but St. Clair, we know how quickly they strike back. Orion Frizzy, though, in a nice position there. Will be able to pick up a kill, and finally a bit of time going to be going over to Podsies Angels here, to think, as they find every single kill they need to. They have the good spawns, and this is exactly how you want to hold this point. A great job from Podsies to break, and a great job of holding on for a decent amount of capture time.
Slow and steady for our Angels. Starry's going to be behind the play, not able to convert that into 2. So into the second set of rotations, 130 to 43, a 90-point lead for the St. Clair Saints. Snap goes all the way around the world. He's going to be able to shoot Rupert in the back. Has the read onto KB, just not able to get his gun up in time for the kill. And Podsies Angels are in the time for a moment. Team kill onto CWADs is going to keep it great, but KB fast to pick it up.
And throws down the trophy on this point. He's going to lay here and hope his team can protect him. But his team is dropping like flies. It's only Rupert left alive, and KB loses the one-on-one on the point. So it's going to be Podsies Angels able to slow down the progress of the Saints. But nobody's on the point for Podsies Angels. Yeah. KB, he's right back in there.
Yeah, you see like moments like that where it's like you go 3 down if you're St. Clair, and KB finds his kill. and then hops the hill.
Yeah.
You know, he doesn't have a lot of time, 30 seconds, but you can see that there is support for when Seawatts isn't able to get that objective time. Ruper's there, or KB's there. And you can't really say the same for Potsy's Angels. For Starry and Deb, the subs, they're not getting any objective time, but there's so many times where you're behind the play and you're getting a couple of kills, and then you're just leaving the point empty. Where you need to be that player to just selflessly jump on that time, pick up a few seconds, and then when your teammates get there, then you push out. You're just losing so much objective time off these kills right now for your Potsy's Angels.
And Ruper's having a massive map. I want to shout him out real quick. He's 26 and 11, getting triple kills, getting 6 sprees, one couple kills away from those score streaks. Let's see if Ruper can keep it going. Picks up one. Can he pick up the second? In a world of trouble, gets stunned out, but is able to stay alive. Looking towards the backside. Has to be careful. Behind him, there's a couple of players coming in. Trizzy gonna finally take down Rupert, but the rest of St. Clair, they've just been on this hard point the entire duration.
Yeah.
As they're gonna break the 200 mark and one hard point away from closing out the map.
Exactly, at 200 now. Seawat's gonna break into this third hill, spawns over towards the P4 side for Potsy's Angels, and this is it for the winner's final. Last hurrah for our Potsy's Angels. Or it's gonna be a lower bracket run to try to get some revenge again.
Yeah.
Against the Saints. J-Ray taking the long flank around. Seawatch just waiting behind the fireplace. He's gonna shut down that member. 2 more for KB. And it's only 25 seconds where you can win on this hill.
Yeah, basically you need to be perfect here from St. Clair on this hard point. As a lot of kills here for Potsy's though. They're going to be able to get some control back, and they're going to be able to extend this map just a little bit longer. But you have to believe it's just a matter of time with the way St. Clair have been playing on this next hard point. A very hard one to break, and they have the good spawns. They're going to look to control the map and close it out.
They have the row. Now for Seawatts. Cutting off the help for the break. 9 seconds left. J-Ray, he's gonna be here. Can he be the hero? Gonna break through the front. Can you get a second one? Maybe a third slides through. Not able to win the fight. Roper is here, and he's walking on water. Nothing he could do wrong. 2 seconds left. The time's gonna go. A double knife from KB and the St. Clair Saints for our TXP in the Nexus Arena. 3 times in a row, they make the grand finals.
I mean, that was a highlight finish. A double knife kill, I have never seen that, especially at this level of play. And it was a good way to close out the map for St. Clair. On the respawn game modes, we see it yet again, how dominant they are. Obviously in S&D, they do have some faults, but they still win the series in a pretty convincing 3-1 fashion. And it's going to be hard for any team to really slow them down on these hard games.
Yeah, don't go to Skyline, I will say.
Don't go to Skyline.
Don't go to Skyline against St. Clair. It's so good when you watch them. And again, I have to highlight the plays of how selfless they are when playing with each other. Because if you go 2 down, there's always another player there to jump the objective. And whether it's KB or Rupert who hop in the hill and maybe find a few seconds, they're also getting double kills or they're getting triple kills. And that just leads to more time, more space for you to then push up. But on the other side, for Potsy's Angels, you'd get a double kill and then Starry would just hit a route through Catwalk. Or you'd see Neb run it through Kitchen. And that point would be gray. Well, your teammates are off the spawn, and you just can't rely on those people to get all the time for your team. And as soon as you push forward, and then you have that lull in between the respawning players and the ones who are trying to run routes, nobody's grabbing time. These guys die. St. Clair have all that space to come back in, and then you're looking at a 4-on-2 for the players who are trying to hold the hill. It's just a system that doesn't work in Call of Duty, especially a map like Skyline, which is that fast, which gives you the chances to just fight the hill one after the other. St. Clair do a good job of just cycling their jobs inside of that map mode combo. And I think that Potsy's Angels, if you're going to go back, if you ever have that chance to play the Saints again, don't go to Skyline.
Don't go to Skyline. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be done with this series for now. So we're going to throw it over to a pretty short break, and we'll be right back with our next matchup.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the TPC XTXP Major 3. I'm Matthias, also known as Matthias, joining Theo here on the desk for a game. I mean, this is so exciting. I had to come up here.
Yeah, I mean you are in the back directing today,
I
but
was, I was.
we wanted to see you up here, and we're gonna be in our losers around 5, I believe. So
We are.
we have 3 more series on the stream. We're gonna have the grand finals, obviously, and then the losers
course.
final after this. But we cannot get too ahead of ourselves. We have a big series. We just saw St. Clair 3-1 in a very
Yeah.
close series.
We saw the Titan bleed finally,
Yeah.
losing a game. You know, things are just going to get more and more competitive. I mean, St. Clair is definitely favored to sweep this tournament, but now you can definitely tell there's a lot more competition ahead.
Yeah, and this is going to be a really good series. I heard from Seymour. He told me this series would not be surprised if it goes all of 5 against Matthias. Let's take a look at our players up on the stage, and we have our map picks and map bans. It's going to be Skyline, Hardpoint, Hacienda for both Search and Destroy and Control. Vault going to be the Hardpoint map, and then if needed, Map 5, Rewind, Search, and Destroy.
I'm happy I finally get to see a Skyline map. I feel like I haven't seen that all too much, but the Saints are absolutely dominating every
Yeah.
Skyline I saw. I'm excited to see how Revive does on this, because I think Revive is definitely the more favored one in this tournament. They've had an absolutely amazing showcase, especially on stream, so they have a lot to back up there. And of course, we have the workhorse map, Hacienda. It's going to be twice here. That's going to be our workhorse map. We have an S&D and then a control. And I like those two game modes on that map. I think Hardpoint is the worst Hacienda map. It's a little too boring. Just
Yeah.
flips around the car and a few other places. But S&D, control, really makes you think about all the different angles there.
Yeah, we just saw St. Clair play this control map, and they played it very impressively. The defense, obviously, very much sided the preferred side on Hacienda on control, but if you break through on the offense, you put yourself in a prime position. But Hardpoint, that's the first game. Let's keep our eyes on that Skyline. We just saw it on stream. I think St. Clair showed everyone in the tournament exactly how you need to play this map. Me and Seymour were talking about how they were able to have somebody on the point basically the entire time, and just to let the other 3 members go completely rampant. And it felt like even when they lost 1, 2, 3 members, whoever was on point always found their kill, and the points just kept stacking up, and you blink and they're up 250 to 50, and it's like, oh my goodness, the map's over. So if teams want to win on this map, I think they should try and look into what the St. Clair Saints are doing, because they've shown out this tournament in Hardpoint, especially on this map, and I think it's a prime example of how you should be playing the map.
Yeah, it's weird because there's really no mechanic other than the pressure you exert as a player that stops you from just taking back a hardpoint game mode. You know, it's not like a round-based ones. There's no sides flipping
Yeah.
back and forth. It's all just about the flow of the game. But within that flow, there's also no reset like in those round-based modes. So if you can take control and hold control for an extended amount of time, you can really secure your lead there.
Yeah, and on this map, it's very common to see quick retakes. It's pretty hard to lock down a site for an extended period of time, just because you can enter from so many angles.
Yeah,
It's a
insane.
pretty small map, very high paced, so many different angles to take. So, yeah, it's definitely going to be interesting to see. Definitely some points are more favored than others. The one in the back of the map, if you don't retake those spawns and flank from all sides, it's not a good look if you just let the team that's on the hard point sit back and defend their spawns. But if you can infiltrate, it's very easy to retake.
But you know what is a good look? We got the color coordination
do.
here with the background.
We
You're
do.
wearing blue. You got the blue behind you. I'm wearing red. You got the red behind me.
All planned.
Does that line up with our guesses though? Who do you think's gonna take this one?
Oh,
And
you
what's
know-
your score
You
prediction?
know I'm good at these.
You are. You are.
I'm gonna go for my side, the blue side. We're gonna take it. Well, not we're gonna take it.
You're the
I'm
coach.
I'm a part of the team now.
You're co-owner.
I think they're gonna win 3-1.
3-1.
Yeah.
I
price.
think it's also going to be 3-1, but I
Oh.
think Zone Note Gaming is going to take this one
Okay.
3-1. I think it's going to be very decisive. I think there's going to be a lot of momentum that comes into play here.
Yeah.
And I think Zone Note Gaming just has that clutch factor to come back from insane situations. I mean, Revive Uprising, they're very consistent, they're very tactical, but I think they just have that it factor zoned out gaming. They have something that you can't describe. They have that, je ne sais quoi.
Yeah, well, I casted this zoned out gaming a couple times yesterday, and I've been pretty high on this team. They looked really good. So, I'm going kind of against my word here, just for the sake of going up against you. But let's get into game. I have not casted Revive Uprise yet this tournament, but I've only heard good things about them. And let's see how this map kicks off. They get the first blood, they get the second kill as well, but nobody's on the hard point. It's gonna be a Revive Uprise, getting the first few seconds on the board here. But good kills coming out from both sides as Revive Uprising. They want to get this P1 started, but zoned out Gaming Clouds are doing a great job just hiding on there and making sure to rack up so much needed time.
Yeah, claiming the full court himself, making sure no one else gets a splash. But Cardi gonna splash right in there, level it out for the team. Revive Uprise taking back control of the point. Playing around the piano, tickling those ivories and tickling the enemy team, taking them all down one by one. Already on a 5 killing spree, needs to get one more, but that pistol isn't going to do too much.
But it gives them a lot of time. Cardi just went crazy, and then we spawn now into P2. You're going to see everyone rotating over. It's all blue in the second hard point, but it's going to be Oracles who's the first on point here. Does get taken down, and this is scary now for zoned out gaming. You cannot give Revive Uprise a lot of time on this P2. The setup is really strong finally. Zoned out gaming start to infiltrate a little bit. They find a couple kills. Cloudsy though does go down. Ace does get into sight. What a shot there. Picks up one, but he's the only teammate left here. But the good spawns are coming in for zoned out gaming. So Revive Uprise lost the control of this point a little bit, and now it's going to be zoned out gaming getting some crucial time on the hard point.
They have this one locked down. They need to hold this just a little bit longer to equalize the score. But wow, Oracles being the guardian for the team. MZ going to be taken out down that elevator. Last stop for him, I guess. And now he goes down to the kitchen, and he's cooking up a grenade here. Going to toss that one up. Can't find all too much. Headshot from Klutzy going to end him rightly. And just like that, zoned out gaming is equalizing that score with one hard point.
Yeah, we're back to an even game, but Revive Uprise, they're going to be first to this hard point again. Some nice kills are coming out from Verb. A team kill comes out, but a nice little spree there coming out from Mac, taking out a couple Revive Uprise players as well. Rage gets some nice timing on Mac, does get taken down in zoned out gaming. They pinch from two sides. They're able to retake control of this hard point. One kill goes through, but the trade is there again. Verb gets in there, but can't get the kill on the player there, and looks like zoned out gaming gonna have a little bit of control and might take the lead for the first time in the hard point.
Yeah, this is their chance to stretch into the lead, and I don't think Revive Uprise really wants to challenge it here. I mean, they're going to send a few men at it, but they're really just playing for next, trying to isolate those spawns and surround them, make sure they can't scenario. But right now Oracle's finding a key pick, just needs to find one around the corner. He's very, very low, 50 HP in a dream, but not good enough. Cardi takes him out. Mac gonna find two. Actually, the second one's gonna be his teammate.
Another one. We're seeing a lot of team kills today. We saw it from Sinclair on last map, which cost them an S&D, I would want to say, and this time these team kills costing some big rotations as Revive Uprise have full lockdown on this P4. Probably the most important site of the map. It's pretty good to hold this one down. If you can keep the good spawns and just keep fragging out like they are, they can really stack up a lot of time here. Zoned out gaming need to hit some flanks desperately and get Revive Uprise out of these power positions, but it's all blue in the kill feed. Some trades finally come through. Ace alongside Oracles picking up some big kills, and that's 3 for 3. But Verb with a triple kill there keeps himself on the hard point, and he's gonna keep these points racking up for Revive.
Revive really is showing dominance on this map, zoned out, finding some good moments.
Oh,
but
it's
those
all
are just
blue.
the moments. The rest of the game is all blue. Revive Uprise just dominating the entire map.
I mean, Rage is going ballistic, 17 and 12 already, but finally zoned out gaming get a clean wipe here. They need some desperate time here on this hard point. They have a trophy, they have a couple members on it, but are they just a little bit too stacked up as Revive can hit from every single angle? A lot of trades back and forth, 2 for 2 so far. Oracles jumps right back into this hard point, and this is what we saw before. Just get in the hard point, get some time going for you, and just don't let your opponents anywhere near it. A lot of kills going out now as P1 relatively hard to hold. Cloudsy on a 5 spree does get taken down early. But a very, very close map so far. It's 104 to 90, and Zoned Out Gaming trying to make a bit of a comeback.
Yeah, Zoned Out always playing catch up though. They are not the leaders of this game. They're trying to take it by the reins here. Ace Slims finds one, gonna be taken out by Verb. It's back and forth, especially in the score line. Zoned Out just stretching the lead, but just barely. Cootie and Rage can take down 2, 3, 4. They're all down. Zoned Out needs to try and take control of this one.
Yeah, P2, it's a good point here. Oracle's another team kill onto his teammate, and now it's all blue in the kill feed. Revive finds some big kills and Zoned Out spawn all the way on the other side of the map. So a big swing here for Revive, as they have a lot of time to play with. A couple more kills here could give them a huge hard point. There's one. The trade comes through, but Revive should have the ghost spawns here, and yep, they're actually gonna spawn all the way out. So it's gonna be a 3-on-3 here on this point, and it's Zoned Out finding the kills, getting control of the hard point back. They should get these last 20 seconds, as Revive are probably gonna be playing for this P3.
And 4, but can they hold it for long enough? Zoned Out Gaming still bunkering down for the scrap time on this point, and that should keep them competitive with Revive, but Revive is just writing the narrative here. Zoned Out Gaming always having to walk into their traps and trying to wrestle the reins out of their hands, but it's not going to be enough. Rage playing perfectly, taking them out one after another, and at this rate, Revive is set to win this game. Even if Zoned Out keeps this so competitive, they're always going to be slightly ahead of them.
Rage doing a lot on this site. 27 and 15, completely outfragging everybody else in the lobby. Definitely the most valuable player here for Revive. Uprising, a nice double kill from Verb alongside Rage. They take down the entire team just with the 2 of them, and now 5 spree, a 2 spree, a 2 spree. It's looking really good for Revive here. If they can just find some more kills, Cardi will be the first to fall, and Verb falls as well. But still, Rage is on this hard point. Finally, he gets taken out, but he built his team a very nice lead as they look to capture P4.
P4, can they take it? P4, the rest of them rush in to join the battle. That's the question. Looks like Zoned Out Gaming shoring up the defenses for this next point. Revive Uprising is just ready for it. They're patient. They're already breaking through before the point is even up, and they've already taken control.
And they have decent spawns, but A-Slims did spawn in the back here. If he's able to stay alive and find some kills, would be huge, and he is able to do so. Now it's going to be a Revive spawning out and Zoned Out. If they want to come back, this is the point to do it on Verb, though. We'll find the initial pick. Should be going down here, but no, he doesn't get traded, and that's a big, able to stay alive, and now the rest of the team flies through. They get the kills. It's only A-Slims left alive, picks up one, gets taken down low with the grenade. Should be going down in just a second here, and yeah, the good spawn are here for side Revive. We're gonna see everyone flooding into the side, but
Wow.
look at Verb! He just goes ballistic. A 5-man multi-kill there, I want to say, and that's gonna give Revive a massive lead on this hard point, just 40 points away from closing it out and counting.
Yeah, Verb just being the absolute killer that he is, wiping the entire team in one single magazine, and now we are at this center point once again. Revive has it locked down. They're pushing against the enemy spawns. They have Luan around the corner taking out 1, 2, looking to make it 3 up on the stairs. Verb gonna be the last one remaining on the point, holding it down for the team. They're stretching into the final stretch. It's gonna flip over to nothing. It's just going to keep climbing up. Zoned Out Gaming clearly scrambling here as Revive Uprising is in the home stretch.
Home stretch 240, the map might be ending right here as Zoned Out Gaming have one final attempt to break through. They do get them off of the point, but you see some kill streaks coming in there from Cardi, who's now heating up on a 6 spree, going crazy, and that's going to do it. Revive Gaming. What a dominant first map off the back of Rage, who had an insane performance. I think had like 35 kills to end it out.
Yeah, that was such an even game up until that midpoint, and I think that's when Zoned Out Gaming realized no matter what we do, we're going to be one step behind, and I think that mental damage fractured them from that point on. I think it was around the 150-point line, and from there, Revive Uprise just took the entire game into their hands.
Yeah, at one point Zoned Out were leading 100 something. All right, here,
Yeah, it was a few
106.
points.
It was a very close game, but Revive, like they just turned it up to another level.
It was right here.
Yeah, Cardi went on a huge spree. Rage was just fragging out. Luan and Verb, like just felt like everyone on their team made big plays when it mattered most, and just a great performance, a great start to the series for Revive, and they're just 2 maps away from moving on.
I think that's the Vapor Rub diff. I saw one of the players. He has a little bottle of Vicks Vapor Rub, and he unscrews it and he gives it a sniff before
It's
every
like,
match.
Ooh, it's like smelling salts.
Yeah, it's like smelling salts.
I
I
might
think
have
it's
to
the
try that.
menthol. You know, clears the lungs, clears your mind, gets you ready.
I have to
to
try
play some
that one.
con. Yeah,
Try that next time I go to
next
play
game.
ranked or something.
Keeps you clear. Keeps you clear.
I mean, it's a hey, if it works.
It works. Yeah, it obviously works. They are going on an absolute tear through this entire tournament. I mean, I'm excited to see the Revive against St. Clair match if that does end up happening eventually.
Yeah, I mean, they're on a path to do so. Obviously, they're in the lowers, so 1 loss for either of these teams, and they're out of here. Their tournament is done. But you know, we're getting some word that we're gonna have a little break for the players, which means there's gonna be a little break for us. So we're gonna throw it over to a short break, and we'll be right back with the second map.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back. We saw Revive uprise win Hardpoint in quite a large manner. It still was a close game at points, but they really put up the pressure in that second half. And now we're going to search and destroy on Hacienda. Zoned Out Gaming, I feel like, has always had such good search and destroy games.
Yeah, they have. I've seen it myself, but you know, Revive, after such a strong map 1, they're going to be riding a high, and they have been this entire tournament from what I've heard. They've been playing extremely well, and we're seeing it here firsthand, but you can see the players focusing up here for Zoned Out Gaming, getting ready. So we're going to be heading into game in just a second, and this is a very, very important map, obviously. If Revive take this one, go up 2-0, dire straits now for Zoned Out, but I have a feeling Zoned Out Gaming, they're feeling good still. I think they have a really good chance at taking this one as well.
I think so. They've been playing absolutely out of their minds the past few times, but you know, you just have to steal that mental. Maybe take a hit of the Vicks Vapor Rub, clear your mind, and just stay locked in. You know, you lose the first game, but you're not down and out. It sucks, but this is a best of 5. There's plenty of time to bring this back.
Ooh, Mac almost finds the initial kill, and the nade from Oracles is beautiful. That is first blood. Trades come through. 3v2 situation for Revive. Mac has to be careful here, but a kill goes down onto Oracles, and now all of a sudden it is a 2-on-2 situation. Bomb is down right on B, so if they ever want to get near that B side, that would be ideal, as there's another kill 2v1 now for Revive, who are on the right side. We have a little bit of a mix-up on the graphic, but it's no big deal. Mac trying to find the 1v2 for Zoned Out Gaming and pick up the clutch. He has the bomb down if he wants to go towards it, but doesn't want to go too quickly.
Probably thinks there's eyes on the bomb. He doesn't want to just run out in the open. It's like bait. You don't want to take that piece of cheese. It's probably stuck to a mousetrap, right? But wow, there is the trap right there. It hasn't been set. They have some snipers out on the board. 16 seconds. He's going to make a mad dash for A. I don't know if he has enough time to do it.
He does. 5 seconds to plant. Plenty of time, but will he get the plant off before he gets shot in the head? No. What a job there from the side of Revive. They take the first round in the S&D, and they take it in pretty dominant fashion.
Hey, Revive playing very, very well already out of the gate. And now Zoned Out Gaming. You're just coming off of a loss, and now you have to try and play after the initial round loss. But hey, maybe you're not an attacking team. Maybe you're a defending team.
Yeah, I mean, you want to say that to yourself after losing the first round. Obviously, attack gets to kind of dictate where the play on the map is. As now, we're going to see an attacking round coming out from the side of a Revive. They have the bomb, and they're just pushing up mid. Shots come through, though. Mac gets the initial kill, and that's a great start to the round if you're on the side of Zoned Out Gaming.
So very, very good so far. Luan on the prowl here. Grids come out left, right, and center, and it looks like Zoned Out comes out on top. Luan, last one remaining.
2v1, Luan has a lot of work to do. Bomb is down, but he's in such a good position here. Does spot out one, gets the free kill. Still basically full HP, and now it's a one-on-one. Tense situation here. Bomb is down in a relatively tough place to get. I mean, I don't think Mac will have the best of angles. Luan could just run and pick this one up and try to get out of a danger. Look for a bomb plant. So he's going to get the free bomb pickup, but he only has 28 seconds to find the plant, and he's going to be able to spot out the player.
Oh, wow.
But the one-on-one goes over to the side of Zoned Out Gaming just like that. One round apiece.
I think Zoned Out really made the best of a bad situation there. I mean, you had the advantage, you lost it, you still stayed true. And I think, honestly, that last fight was what decided the round.
Could have gone either way.
I think Revive had the first eyes on the opponent there, right? He saw him dropping and sliding through. The reaction time from Zoned Out was just that much better.
Just a little bit too good. A little bit of a mishap. I definitely think Revive should have picked up that round. That 1v1 was very winnable, especially for players of this caliber. But hey, you win some, you lose some. Have to keep going either way. And now a 3 spree for Mac, close to that RC car, which is a big kill streak in a game like Search and Destroy. But we're playing super aggressively, trying to get the bomb denied, but isn't gonna be able to get it. Rage falls as well. As now it's a big advantage for Zoned Out. 3v2. Kills come out, 2v1 now, and just like that, in the blink of an eye, Zoned Out Gaming pick up their second.
Yeah, they are doing absolutely amazing, bringing it back from the brink there, putting themselves back on the map. I mean, that's what you got to do.
Perfect round there on the defensive end, and now heading into round 4, Zoned Out, I think, have finally zoned in. They realize what is at stake here, and they're looking to keep things going. They have an attacking round. We haven't seen a team really force A site at all so far on this map, and I think Zoned Out Gaming might have heard me there. Might be looking for an A push.
Looking for the chucking the nades out, laying down the trophies. But they only have one staunch defender close to that A site. And wow, a quick plant. Gonna spell doom for Zoned Out Gaming. They find the first pick.
A good first pick there, and Rage has a good angle here. Should be able to pick that one up. Makes it a 3-on-3 situation now. Bomb is down, but Revive find a couple of big kills. Is Zoned Out. They only need to hold on for a few more seconds here. 2v2, 2v1 makes it. Oh, that should have been the end of the round, but a 1v1, 16 seconds. Rage, though, has to get the defuse as well as find the kill. kill does come through from Zoned Out Gaming, and the defuse comes out in time. A good job here, and a very important round for Zoned Out Gaming.
Very, very important indeed. That's going to put them at a significant lead, 3-1. They want to try and take this one. They don't want to be down. They need to make our predictions correct. It needs to at least be a 3-1 for one of us to be right.
This is true. This is true. And, you know, I did say Zoned Out Gaming. I had a feeling they're going to take the S&D. They're proving me right as of right now. So we're going to be heading into our 5th round here. It's going to be Zoned Out Gaming on the attack, and they're looking to push into the A side just like Revive just did. And they have a lot of space up this A site. Nobody here from Revive to really slow them down, and it is a first pick though for Verb, and you're going to see that's a quick reset of ideas now for Zoned Out as they find the trade back, but they're all the way in spawn with a minute to go.
All the way back at the beginning, trying to find their way out from the source, trying to make it over to this B site, and it looks like they're going to make it. It looks Zoned Out doesn't really have anyone contesting them over near that B site. Revive Uprise, and he just couldn't get those shots, just barely missed the leg by a hair.
And it's pretty hard to retake this B site from mid. You're going to see a couple pinches come through, a big one coming up from Cardi. But they need to go pretty quickly, only 29 seconds here. The RC car, I believe, is running around. Luan should have found a kill there. He's going to be able to pick up the first and doesn't get traded out. And the second player finally gets the kill on Luan and gets a second, as now it's a 1v2 for Cardi. And he's going to go down. Zoned Out Gaming taking their 4th round of the map, and they're just cruise control right now on the search and destroy.
And nothing can really stop their roll. They are just totally in control here. You know, they had a little bit of a rough start losing that first round. Ever since that, they've turned this one in their favor, and I have a feeling they could take this one in one fell swoop. I think Revive Uprising might get another round in here, but it's clearly looking like Zoned Out Gaming is going to go for the sweep.
Yeah, obviously it's not over till it's over. It's brand new round, even playing fields every single time. So still, if Revive want to have a chance at this map, they have plenty of resources to do so. You can see they push up on B here. There is one player going for a swim. That's going to be Luan trying to hit the flank, but the first blood comes out here for the side of Zoned Out Gaming. But Luan, fully uncontested, finds one, looking for a second, but goes a little bit too quickly, and that's just how it goes. 2v1 now is Rage stuck in an impossible scenario. Does get taken down 5-1 for Zoned Out Gaming as they're looking to close out this map in swift fashion.
I mean, this could be the momentum switch right here. If they get a swift 6-1 in S&D, I think you're going to be feeling so much better going into control. You know, that domination was rough, but it was a close loss. And it's not going to feel too bad, especially if you get this win right here. You know that you can beat Revive Uprise, at least in S&D. So if you can win that control game, bring this to a game 4 in your favor, and definitely wrap it up with one more S&D.
Yeah, and we're going to see the exact same map for the control, and it just looks like Zoned Out Gaming are better on this map. They're getting the better angles, but you can see a big flank come out here from a couple players of both teams. Cardi has to be careful here. Somehow picks up that kill, but does get traded out. Makes it a 3-on-3 situation. Oracle has the bomb, trying to get a kill here in the back spawn, but what a kill from Verb. Might keep Revive in this map for a little bit longer. Aslims, though, doesn't want that to be the case. Picks up a beautiful one-on-one kill. Now, just like that, we have a 2v2 with 45 seconds.
2v2, these are always even more stressful than the 1v1s. You don't want to get ganged up on, but you also don't want to stay in the same place at the same time. There's so many factors at play here. There's a corner watcher, he's not in the right position. 1, 2, buckle his shoe, and that's why you want to try and split up the teams. Revive Uprise, taking that one, bringing it up to 5.
Yeah, good round there from Revive, a much needed one as well. You don't want to just let your opponents blow you out the water 6-1. Verb with a nice position there, gets a couple big kills, and Revive give themselves a chance. It's still pretty far-fetched, but as I stated earlier, every round, fair playing field, you have a chance to win it without advantage or disadvantage. So, hey, if you can string together a few rounds here, really put the pressure on Zoned Out Gaming, Revive could pull off a very impressive comeback on this map. But with the way Zoned Out Gaming have been playing so far, still believe it's pretty unlikely. But let's get into this 8th round. You can see the bomb very quickly, but Acelins is first to get a kill here for Zoned Out Gaming as Revive trying to push in from all angles. There should be a kill going down as another kill goes down. Mac finds the one-on-one Acelins. I don't know how he's still alive, but finally goes down. But took a little bit too long on that kill. I feel like is now zoned out. They just pinch from all angles, and Revive, they have to choose a different type of player.
Yeah, you have to choose it carefully though, because you don't want to let this one slip through your fingers. Luan and Cardi up there in the high tower, making sure no one can cross their keep. He has a feeling it's going to go over to B. I think he sees one, needs to get the right one. Yes, bomb down. The second one to be massive, but no. 1v2. Make that 1v0. Revive Uprise taking out another game. Oh, never mind. That's going to be Zoned Out Gaming cleaning that one up for the team, taking us 1-1 in the series.
Yeah, great map from Zoned Out Gaming. Pretty calm, cool, collected. Wasn't really very tense at all. So just a very smooth map from them. And yeah, as you said, Matthias, series tied up a 1 game apiece as we head into the control on the exact same map, which was kind of dominated by Zoned Out Gaming. So if I'm on the flip side, what do you have to tell your team? Like, guys, we're going to Hacienda. We just got kind of smacked, but it is 1-1 in the series.
It's 1-1 in the series. You don't necessarily have to win this one, but you also don't want the potential to bring that to another S&D. This control game, it's all up in the air. Whoever wins this one is probably going to take the series, because I think I think that Revive Uprise would definitely win the next hardpoint, and Zoned Out would definitely win the next S&D. That's just the case. So whoever has the advantage going into the next few maps, that's going to be it. So this control is probably the most important map of the series. And of course, we do have the map advantage on Zoned Out Gaming. They had an amazing game on Hacienda, but now we're going to be going in to control. Completely different game mode. It's not as systematically round-based. It's going to be interesting.
Yeah, definitely hard to attack on this map. But if you can just flip-flop the points back and forth and have one member here, one member there, kind of disrupt the defense, it can all fall apart for defense very, very quickly. It is very hard to get in that position, I want to state, but it is possible. We saw it happen literally last series. But yeah, definitely defense has a big upside. They spawn right next to the sites. As long as the flankers on attack aren't able to get in behind for either side, should be impenetrable. But if the flankers come in and find some big kills, that's how you take apart the defense.
Exactly. It's all about whittling that defense down. You can always play for lives. It's a little bit more difficult. You have to go in with a lot of confidence.
You have to be on the point.
You have to be on the point, right? But you can just drain those lives away.
Yeah, and let's take a look at our maps for the rest of the series, because we're probably might be seeing all of those maps. Hacienda coming up next, as we said, control, and then it's going to be Vault, Hardpoint. That's going to be a fun one. And then as we see, Rewind will be our fifth. It'll be our decider if we need to play that one.
That's interesting. Revive Uprise, I think, has a really strong Rewind S&D from the times that I've seen them play on stream. They have just utterly dominated Rewind. They have had no trouble at all. So really, I'm starting to get worried for Zoned Out Gaming. They probably want to take this Hacienda and probably want to take the Vault Hardpoint. So it's going to be a very, very stressful 2 maps for Zoned Out Gaming. Because if this does go all the way to Game 5, that is going to be a doozy.
And we've stated before, we'll state again, this is do or die for both of these teams. I mean, one map, 2 maps, 3 maps. You lose 3 maps, you're out of the tournament. Everything you've worked for in these last few hours, yesterday, the entire day. I mean, won't be gone to nothing. Obviously, still a great tournament from both these teams, no matter the outcome of this series. But like winning this series will put you on a route to make that top 4, to make that top 3, to really put your name up there and give the best teams a run for their money. So definitely an important series for the players, for the coaches, for everybody on the stage. And this is the time where you gotta show everybody how good you are. You have to show off your best here. Nothing to hold back. Every single strategy you have, throw it at them.
Exactly. Now is the time to hold nothing back, throw caution to the wind, and give it all you got. I mean, both these teams, you traveled to get here. I don't think any of these teams are Windsor local teams. They are here to win. They were confident. They've made it this far. They've beat probably more difficult teams to get to where they are now, or at least played against them. So these teams are so evenly matched. I'm excited to see how this goes on Hacienda. It's going to be control.
But luckily for you, Matthias, we don't have to wait any longer as the map is kicking off, and it looks like a split B push here coming up from zone down on attack. Revive on the defense first, but the first kill goes over to zone down, and they have a lot of kills to start off this map, 4 to be exact, and they instantly get on this B site. Revive Uprising not looking good at all on the defensive end. Already a tick gone. It's already in the kill feed, and zoned out are completely slaughtering Revive Gaming out of the water on this B site. You couldn't ask for a better start to the map.
Absolutely flaming them down, lasering them down to bits is absolutely brutal. Whittle it down to this last A point, but I believe this is the most difficult one to get. But it looks like they're starting to play for lives and force the 1v1s, and then it's all just a win from then on out. And so far, Revive Uprise reviving themselves back into this game, trying to take control of this point. You get the control. Not going to be enough. Goes down. Now 146 left on the clock. You got a lot of time left in this game, but
yeah, I mean, the live discrepancy is massive. 6 kills. It's going to be a lot of work needed here by Revive to hold on to this defensive round. And I believe if Zoned Out win the attacking round here, this map is basically a wrap, because the way they've been playing, I'm sure they'll be able to defend with relative ease. But knife kill comes out there from Cloudsea. It's 19 to 13, a 6 life advantage. Revive need to really not die, and that's what's happening here. But they find some nice trades. This A point, as you said, extremely difficult to capture. But the lives, I mean, that's kind of the big what if here for Revive.
exactly. Zono game members go for these 1-for-1 Revive. He needs a multi-kill here. He can't get it to get themselves back into the game. It's 10 to 15. Make that 15 to 9. They're just whittling down one as long as Zono keeps stopping the timer by getting on these points. Very well take this.
Yeah, 13 to 8, a 5-kill advantage. I mean, it would be a big collapse here from Zoned Out if they can't take this one. Just trade out everything 1-for-1, you win the map. But Revive only down 3 lives now. Find some kills, and nice shot there from Cloudsea. The trade comes through. That last 7 oracles, that was a big one-on-one. Matthias, just like that, we have a very, very even game. 9 lives to 6. That's a Luan in a big position. Only 30 seconds, so you might see Zone Out try and get a bit too aggressive here, but they still need to remember just 6 kills, and they close out this attacking round, which is so hard to do on this map. Rage doesn't find any kills here, should just play his life and do whatever he can to not die, as Verb on a big flank, a couple trades, but no respawns left for Revive, but only 10 seconds left, 3 lives remaining for Revive Uprise. They have to be clinically perfect here as the Zoned Out Gaming players get on the A site. Cardi hoping to find a kill here, needs to find this one, able to pick it up, but should get traded out. Oh my goodness, Cardi, what a shot there. That's a round-saving, series-saving play, and they're going to be able to close out the first round. Revive, what a clutch from them.
What a clutch indeed, taking a page out of Zone Out's playbook, locking in the last moments. We have no more lives left on the line. A multi-kill to end the tale of Zoned Out Gaming is absolutely beautiful. And I mean, you have to be a little bit tilted if you're
Oh,
zoned out gaming. You had the most amazing start to a round. You were strong throughout up until the end. But Revive Uprising just has that adaptation factor. They always adjust to whatever's thrown at them. It might take them a little while. They might stumble a little bit at first, but they quickly staunch the bleeding and start to get themselves into a winning position.
Yeah, let's see if any of that tilt's gonna rub off in the second round. Can Revive come back? I mean, it was still a good attacking round for Zoned Out. They fully capped B. They got a lot of progress. So if it goes to the deciding 5th round, they have what it takes to be on the defensive end. And Zoned Out Gaming with a way better defensive start than Revive. They find a couple early kills, and Matt should be able to pick this last kill up. And gets it. Hey, Zoned Out Gaming, they're looking good on the defense.
Really, really good so far. Right now, their lives are just within the palm of each other. They're kind of throwing their bodies at the issue. It's already been equalized. You really don't want the bad end of that stick here. We have Ace going in, finding one, Cardi finding another. So he needs to start touching some of these points, though, because you're already burning through half your time.
Yeah, and this position by Oracles is absolutely supreme. Nobody is going to get him out of here. And he's just spawn camping a couple members on a Revive completely alone. And yeah, as you said, Matthias, a lot of time already burnt out. And this is how the defense should look like on this map. Zoned Out Gaming. I mean, if this continues the way it's going, there's going to be big favorites to win this map. A 5 spree now for Oracles, who's going ballistic, as it's all red in the kill feed, and with only 27 seconds, it's going to be desperation mode now for Revive. He might go for the chase here on this player, but will get shot in the back as soon as he finds that kill. The lives aren't that big of a discrepancy, but getting on this point is hard, and Oracles, he is going crazy on a 7 spree, has those kill streaks online. Can he pick up the Hellstorm? No. But, I mean, it's going to be basically impossible for Revive to get onto either side here. They're going to go for a last-ditch B push. They basically need to kill everybody on Zoned Out over and over. 3 seconds. I don't think they're going to be able to touch even after all the kills. And yeah, just like that, Zoned Out Gaming take the round.
And that is textbook control defense right there. That is what you got to do to win those rounds. You don't drag it out. You don't let them capture a single tick of progress. You just hold it down, hold it, beat them in the gunfights. Don't just wait around corners, pick them off one by one. Zoned Out Gaming played with absolute ferocity there and got themselves an amazing win.
And an important thing to note, no capture progress anywhere there for the side of Revive, which is very, very important. Because if they don't win this round and win the next one, they have to play on attack for the round 5. So right now, Zoned Out Gaming, they're in a big driver's seat to close this, to win this map.
Especially with how well they played the defense there.
Yeah.
You probably don't want to go up against them on that defense again if you're Revive Uprise. I mean, their attack was just looking a little bit shoddy there. Now we see Zoned Out already improving their breaking through that first starting line and getting in on that B site. Just that one tick mark, and they lock it down.
It's just so easy, it feels like, for Zoned Out. They run in this B site, they kill everybody. Revive, they're just falling apart. They do find some kills, nice shots there from Rage, big ones at that, but still, Cloudsy's on this point, and Revive, they need to get in here quickly. It's only Cloudsy, so Revive should be able to pick him up, but he finds one. Look at the movement here from Cloudsy, just dodging out. The rest of his team needs to come in for support, and they do, and they're going to be able to capture this B site just like that. Zoned Out Gaming are firing on all cylinders.
And they're going to be able to beat Revive Uprise over to this A point. They have the jump on them. They're already approaching their spawn. The only difference is they don't have the man advantage. We have Cloudsy waiting in the wings up top, trying to make sure they can't approach too hard. Corner, find the kill. That's an absolutely massive pick for the team. Going to start that A capture progress, but I have a feeling Revive Uprise is quickly going to shove them off.
I mean, look at the live discrepancy again. 22 to 15. I feel like this time, Zoned Out Gaming are not going to let this slip from their hands. They already get a tick of progress on the A side. We'll find a kill here. Cardi around the corner gets an easy one, but you're up 5 lives. If I'm Zoned Out Gaming, I'm just playing to frag out and get Revive off of these lives. 18-13, but Rage wants to take things into his own hands. Gets a nice kill there. 3K spree for him, but he does get taken out. And now it's 17 to 10. Matthias, if you're on the side of Revive, emergency alarm are going off in your brain. You need to desperately get this round. Otherwise, this map, I think, is going out to Zoned Out Gaming.
Yeah, Zone Up Gaming is just exhibiting absolute authority.
Oh
over
my
Revive Uprising.
goodness.
Cloudsy with the 5 killing spree. Team wipe, taking them all down single-handedly.
No respawns.
They can't even make it out of their spawn. Respawns are gone. They're going to be playing very, very antsy. And all the while this massacre is going on, A is slowly being taken away by Revive Uprise. They finally got site control, but they have 2 ticks down.
3 lives.
1 minute left on the clock. That's a lot of time for Zoned Out to just play tactically.
2 kills does it. You just kill these last 2 members, the map is over. Rage will find one. Luan and Rage need to pull off the impossible feat here, and they're
doing
starting to turn up. 2v11, now 2v4, but there goes Luan, and now it's on Rage. He has to kill 7 in a row, and I don't know how possible that is. Zoned Out Gaming win their attacking round on lives.
Yeah, wow.
Oof.
That is brutal. You rarely see that happen, but Zoned Out Gaming was really innovative in just being able to force those scenarios to come through. They had so much pressure out on the sites always. They have a really good game plan to just go in, rush in, and take the site immediately. And then they have so much time left in the match to play for those lives. I mean, Zoned Out Gaming is just exhibiting everything you need to take these control maps. And Revive, well, they have really good gunplay, really good tactics, and really good restraint to not push up too far. I think that restraint is holding them back from doing really innovative plays like Zoned Out.
Yeah, and a team kill there coming up from Rage Revive. Definitely thrown off their game a little bit as they're going to drop like flies, and that's a clean 4 for 0. Yes, Oracles went down as well, some team kills coming through, but if Revive are going to win this map, they need to win both their attacking rounds, and from the way Zoned Out have been playing, Matthias, I hate to break it to you, but it's not looking very likely. Zoned Out Gaming just slaughtering on the defensive end, and no progress at all anywhere for Revive. They do have 3 members on this B site, so maybe some life for them here. Oracles gets taken down, and wait a second, I have to buy my own words here, but a nice kill from Mac, and the rest of the team is there to support. My words don't need to be bitten, and great defense again from Zoned Out Gaming.
Nothing like the double caster curse to right back on the track as we see playing around this big old rock. Cardi rock his world with a few bullets in the head, and now we see Cardi taking them all out single-handedly. The live differential isn't as bad as I like to think it looks, as Revive is really trying to bring this one back from the brink. But they need to get somebody on those points. They need to pause this timer because 20 seconds, that's not a lot of time if you're not taking a point.
Yeah, and a quick shout out to Cloudsy, 32 and 20, absolutely frying on this map, by far leading his team in kills, as nobody else on this team is really that close to going above positive, but just one man wrecking crew here for Cloudsy. As this B capture continues to go, A-Slims doesn't find the kill with the pistol, has to be careful, but still picks it up as 1 bullet would have killed him, but 10 seconds and counting down. Last chance here for Revive. They need to find something and find it badly, but the rest of the team is all the way across the map. I don't even know if they'll get a touch on A. They do, but we know how hard it is to hold down this A site. And just like that, Zoned Out Gaming take a 2-1 lead in the series and put themselves on match point.
Wow, absolutely amazing showcase from Zoned Out Gaming, and I just have one thing to say. That's a Cloudsy carry right there.
That was a big man.
That's the hero you need in a control map. I mean, the rest of the team, they played along with the tactics you mentioned. None of them were really that close to being super positive, but how can you be positive when one member on your team is taking them all out?
Yeah, I mean, you're right. And that was a great map from Zoned Out. Even in the round they lost, they looked good. Like, they looked good. They were up on big on lives, they just kind of choked it away. But Zoned Out, I mean, dominated on that respawn game mode. And going into this hard point, Matthias, I'm not so confident in my my prediction anymore.
I'm pretty confident. I think this is going to go to Game 5. I mean, the hard
Okay.
point was very, very much in the favor of Revive Uprise. But it's a coin flip. It's like a 50-50 chance.
Yeah.
I mean, if Zoned Out comes in with the same level of like
Aggression.
tactics, aggression, I think it's going to be very, very tough for Revive.
Yeah, and before the series, we knew this wasn't going to be no 3-0 sweep. We knew this was
No,
going to
sir.
be a banger. So I would not be surprised at all whatsoever if it was going to a map 5. But with the way Zoned Out Gaming just played, both the S&D and the Respawn game within Control, it feels like they've really zoned in. They're ready to play. And yeah,
I hope they do because I guessed 3-1 Zone Out Gaming.
did.
I had to.
You did.
So
that's
here's
why
hoping they prove me right.
That's why I was saying about the predictions. You're right on track. Yesterday was my day. Today, I think it's your day. But we'll figure out
So-
whose day it really is after a very quick break.
up the TXP Major 3, round 3 of the losers final. This is losers round 5.
Yeah.
Never mind. Losers round 5. Losers finals is whoever wins this next one. We're going to be going in to Vault Hardpoint in the next map. After an amazing comeback from Zoned Out Gaming, they have locked in the past 2 maps. Can they keep this up? That's the question we need to answer.
Yeah, I mean, we were talking about it, and from the look of things, Zoned Out Gaming have really locked in when it matters most and have put themselves on a match point, trying to finish top 3 at least in this tournament, get into those losers finals that we just spoke about. 3 more series on our hands today. After this, it's 2, and you know, Zoned Out Gaming hoping it's the last map they have to play in this series because, as you said, Rewind S&D has looked really good for Revive Gaming. So if this is a map where you're going to close it out Vault, this is a map where you can get big times, especially on that P2 and P4 location. You can stack up 50, 60 seconds if you get a perfect hold. And we saw that come out from Revive Gaming on map 1 on Skyline, on a map that's probably a little bit harder to get those big captures. But here on Vault, you can definitely see those 50, 60 seconds come out.
For sure. Yeah, Vault is a crazy one. We saw Bendy on the 07 Beast just absolutely fry in that backside. So there's a lot of key power positions you really want to play for here.
And look, instantly off the bat, Zoned Out Gaming come out swinging. They take the first hard point here. Now it's going to be Cardi. He's going to try and jump up here. Sees a player is able to spot it out, but a couple kills. Back over to Zoned Out Gaming, who have been playing this first hard point beautifully. They get the first 20 seconds and counting as flanks come in, and Zoned Out Gaming, they're just firing on all cylinders.
All cylinders, no one's there to stop them. Rage going for a long range kill around the tree, can't quite find it. Meanwhile, Zoned Out Gaming just locking down this mid hard point, can't really stop him. Mac go for the stop on Cardi. Verb finding one. It's just back and forth here, but Zoned Out Gaming staying out on top.
Yeah, Mac is going ballistic. 5 spree right now, working on some kill streaks as well. Can he stay alive for those? If he gets some kill streaks, would be very massive. Gets another one very close to that Hellstorm, but P2 going to be initially started up by Revive Gaming. Mac plays a bit too aggressive there, falls down. Luan gets some nice kills, but it is good spawns here for Zoned Out Gaming. Let's see if Revive can keep them in there and just gun them down as they try and make their way back to this P2. Shots come out, Verb falls down, but still pretty good trades here from Revive. But finally, looks like Zoned Out Gaming get rid of every player. But the spawns are now in Revive's favor. Still, Cloudsy will happily get this time on this hard point. But a couple kills back to Revive Gaming will give them the last few seconds of this hard point. As we're going to P3 with a pretty nice 20-point lead, I believe it will be, as this point runs out. And some nice power positions here for Zoned Out.
Yeah, great power positions already claimed. Revive Uprising getting a decent hold back on
Iron
the
Sight.
board. Yeah, we're seeing the Iron Sights. Once again, that's the secret weapon from Revive Uprising. Without the red dot for those extra attachments. And it seems like it's working out with a better long range. He doesn't need those sights. He's going to just shoot them anyways.
Verb loving those shots there. A-Slims gets a lot of damage on that player up mid. Cloudsy, that's not a challenge you want to take. Just try and take down the person on the hard point, and they do. P3, obviously a very hard point to hold down. Pretty easy to contest here from both sides in these long sight lines. Oh, a car kill comes out there from Oracles, but yeah, you're going to see Zoned Out Gaming with a pretty decent 20-point lead, but here is the big hard point that I was kind of talking to. Oh, he doesn't see him on the ground there. That's a big kill, but let's see if Zoned Out Gaming can get the good spawns here. Look at player number 4, Mac. This is exactly where you want to be and want to fight for these spawns, but there's going to be a couple more members here from 5.
Yeah. Zoned Out just on the backline here,
Wow,
frying them in their own graves here. The spawn not going to be too safe. You're above the hard point. Verb in an absolutely insane position. If you can get the turnaround, multi-kill would be absolutely massive. Verb, though, slaying Cloudsy. It's going to be big for Revive Uprise.
Yeah, Verb in that power position. Nobody has cleared him out. Finally, he goes down, and hey, he was up there, but he's not contesting the hard point and zoned out. They find a 5 spree here for Mac, as they're going to get a big advantage on this P4. Just like I talked about, the Revive spawn all the way out. It's so hard to retake this one. They do find some kills on the objective. Clouds use some unfortunate timing, but still, even after all that, it's still zoned out. Gaming staying on this hard point. They're going to take a massive 60-plus point lead heading into our second rotations.
Heading in there, they need to try and lock down this next hard point. They're already putting themselves in the position to do so, but the high ground is already claimed by Zoned Out Gaming. They're clearing out once again.
Mac's on 8 spree.
Mac is having the game of his life. He's 20-7 right now. A different hard carry coming through for Zoned Out Gaming. Oracle's finding one, but getting shut down by Hardy Rage going in as well. This is absolutely massive. I cannot believe Revive Uprising has held on to this site for so long. This is their comeback point.
Yeah, P1 definitely probably the hardest one to hold, as so many flanks can come through, but it's all blue in the kill feed. And Revive, they're going to get some much needed time here on this P1, and this is a good turnaround from them, as holding down probably the hardest point on this map for this much time is a great plus. They're going to be heading into P2. Positioning is pretty good for Revive here. They have the good spawns here, but some big kills here from Mac, who's now 23-8. He has the kill streaks available. Won't probably use it on this P2. Probably trying to save it for P4 if they ever needed to retake. Doesn't win that gunfight, and yeah, they're going to be spawning out. I mean, this is Revive Gaming starting to pull off a very big comeback.
Yeah, just like we saw in the last hard point, it looked like Zoned Out Gaming was having a very big dominant lead, and Revive Uprise just somehow adapts and finds what Zoned Out is doing and shuts it all down. There's no way out, and now what seemed like a massive lead has quickly been closed.
I mean, it might just be a tie game at the end of this hard point. I don't think Zoned Out Gaming are going to find they use a kill streak to try and break through with 20 seconds left. I don't know how much I like that play, but they did expend a kill streak. If they win this one-on-one, maybe it's worth it, but no. That's just a wasted kill streak. Doesn't lead to anything, and just like that, we're even Stevens.
We're even Stevens. It's all wiped clean. Now it's who can take control from here on out. There's no round resets. It's can you wrestle the reins from the other team, and it looks like Revive has wrestled them out of the hands of Zoned Out. Zoned Out Gaming struggling to put themselves back on the map.
And now the lead comes through for Revive. They were down 60-plus points. What a turnaround from them here, but you're going to see finally Zoned Out Gaming pinched from all sides. Still, there's a member on the site getting some very important time, especially in a game this close. And you're going to see Revive Uprise. They're set up in a good position for this P4. Even though it's still 30 seconds away, that's kind of the big objective here for both these teams. Yes, P3, it's worth a little bit of fighting, but you're not going to rack up too much time on this one. Now probably the most crucial part of the game going to come out here as this P4 unlocks in 10 seconds.
10 seconds left on this scrap time. No one's going to be there to claim it as we move to the next point. They already have it locked down, but it looks like they're trying to just lure them in for kills to flip the spawns in their favor. Oh, wow, beautiful kills coming out from Zoned Out Gaming. They need to clear this site, and they get the trade.
They also get the good spawns here. What a retake here from Zoned Out, and now they need to hold this one for 60 seconds just like they did last time, because Revive look very strong on every other part of the map. It's going to be all on Rage here to find a big entry kill. But the flanks come in here from the side of Revive, and here's Luan. Does he win this one? Yes, he does. It's going to be a big one-on-one here. Can Mac pick up this kill? He does, but there's going to be two more members. Tries to pre-fire, but yeah, Revive with a nice little counter punch. They're going to be able to take this point back, and I think they're going to be taking the lead back in just a few seconds.
Already going to take that lead. I can't believe how much of a comeback Revive Uprise has put through here. Zoned Out Gaming, sure, it's not that big of a gap to close, but they can't close it. They're once again just a single step behind Revive Uprising every step of the way. They have initial control of the map. Luan taking 2 off the board, though. This one should flip relatively easily, but find that last straggler. Luan is going on an absolute hunting spree.
I mean, Mac is 35 and 16. Somebody from Zoned Out Gaming needs to help him and help him fast. He's on track to maybe drop 50 in this map, but I know the only thing that matters to them is a victory here. And on this P1, they're really looking to turn things around. The pistol kill comes out from Cardi. A team kill with a nade comes out as well for Zoned Out Gaming. Not a good time for that to be happening, but they get back on the hard point, and they've gotten a bit of a lead again. They're up 15 and counting. Mac with his 38th kill of the map. Hits his teammate on the head there, which definitely doesn't help, but Zoned Out Gaming up 20 points going to P2.
Those 20 points matter so much, especially when the game is this close. But Revive Uprising going to close that gap within just a few seconds, as they're already positioned on the next point. Absolute chaos here in this no man's land. You can't really cross that single long stretch in front of the pool. Mac trying to lock in for the team, but there's only so much you can do, especially when Luan is an absolute monster, lasering down anything that stands in his way.
I mean, Mac is trying his best, but these hero plays coming out from Revive are looking good. Finally, the point comes back, and we're at 190 to 190. I mean, this could be the end of the tournament for Revive, but the way they've been playing, I would not be surprised if we go to a map 5, but it's all red in the kill feed. A double kill from Luan with the grenade. 3 kills there for him to instantly take his team to the promised lands, but still, Zoned Out retaking the last few seconds as the fight for P3 begins.
And Luan, the absolute hero on that last point, still unable to secure his team the lead, but it's only a 10-point difference. They already got the next point. They're going to hold it for much longer here, as no one is able to claim it on the side of Zoned Out. And this is probably the closest hardpoint game I've seen here at TBCX TXP Major 3. It's absolutely insane. Zoned Out Gaming trying to secure their lead. They're down and out as they're just ripe for the picking. Revive Uprise getting the trades across the board. And once again, they're back in control of the hardpoint.
Yeah, they're going to try and hold on to this one, and a nice kill on the hard point. Still, the clock is ticking here. Zoned Down need to get into here quickly, and now we're back at a tied game. 2-15, 2-16, another short-lived lead for Revive, but this game is probably going to end on this P4, and it's Revive Gaming who have the good positioning. But look at the flank here from Oracles. He finds this kill. He could flip the map for his team, and he picks it up. Is it going to be good spawns here coming up from Zoned Out? Yes, it is. They have the hard point as well, and the map could end right here. 220 to 218. Revive need a miracle to get back into this one.
This house is their bastion. They need to rally behind it here. They secure the house, but it's going to be hell fighting out all these invaders. You have to stand your ground. You have to hold your castle tight here. It flips over. The points are getting very close to victory here. Whoever can hold this one all the way out to the end will be the victor. Rage falling down. Last one standing on the hard point. And a triple kill coming out from Revive Uprise. Might have just won them the map.
Yeah, this could definitely be it. Bouncy falls down here. That's probably the map. 240. One final attempt here from Zoned Out Gaming. They find the kill on the point, so the clock's not ticking. Only 7 points remaining, and I think that might be it. Nobody from Zoned Out Gaming gonna be able to get anywhere near this hard point, and we're going to all decisive map number 5.
I can hear them screaming from here through the soundproof room. Revive Uprise absolutely popping off. They keep themselves in the game. They revive themselves from the brink of death for one more map.
And I think that's a wasted. I think he had 50 kills. I'm not sure. Very close towards the end of that map, but what a map from Revive. If you're Zoned Out Gaming, you have to win that map. If you have a teammate dropping 50 and you're losing, that is not a good look.
Crazy.
It was a good attempt. It was a good attempt. A great map from both sides. Definitely the closest one we've seen so far. Mac tried, man. He tried.
He tried.
I think he might have had 50 by the end of that one, but the team play from Revive, especially in the clutch, I mean, it looked like Zoned Out had it. They had P4 fully secured, but they broke through, finished off the map, and now, game 5. Best thing we could have asked for.
Exactly. the best possible scenario in terms of content, but worst possible scenario for zoned out gaming. I don't think this final one is their map pack. I know they like S&D, but I think the only thing that stands between these two teams is the map picks and the map differences. So it's going to be a very, very close and decisive game 5. I have no idea what's going to happen.
Me neither. I mean, you'd have to think after that map, Revive are feeling very good about themselves, and they're going to be riding that momentum high. You see, talking a little bit of smack, which, you know, is welcome in Call of Duty, which I love to see. No hard feelings, obviously, after the series, but getting excited in the moment is definitely likable. We love to see it. Shows some personality, shows some
It does.
flair, and gets us really excited for this 5th and final map.
I mean, you can't celebrate too early if you're Revive Uprise. You
Yeah.
just brought it to a game 5. You were down.
Barely.
You were just barely winning that one out. Of course, it's an amazing clutch factor, but you are not in the driver position just yet. It's all even, Steven. You have to try and win the S&D.
Yeah, and we're going to be getting to that S&D very shortly, but before we do, we're going to throw it over to a very quick break, and we'll be right back.
everybody, and welcome back. We are here in Game 5 of Revive Uprise versus...
Zoned Out Gaming, and Rewind is the search and destroy map. And you told me, Matthias, this has been their map for Revive Gaming on Rewind, search and destroy. So, after a very dominant 2 maps in the middle of the series for Zoned Out Gaming, that vault hardpoint came down to the very, very last moment, and Revive Gaming were able to clutch up. They're riding a high now, so let's see if they can ride it into this map 5. It's do or die for both of these teams. Losers out, winner goes to the losers finals, and then try and make their way to the grand finals. So let's get into game. Matthias, give me a prediction. Who do you think is going to win this one?
I think it's going to be Zoned Out Gaming. They have the clutch factor. They need to try and clutch it up here, and I think they have it. I think Revive is going to be strong in the early game, but I think ultimately they're going to come back and sweep Revive Uprise.
Let's get underway, ladies and gentlemen. The push coming through onto A from Revive. They're looking to play this first round very quickly. As Zoned Out Gaming playing a little bit more passively, and they're just going to let this plant go down uncontested. A great start to the round for Revive Uprise.
Yeah, they play the retake game now. They haven't lost anybody, so it's all about picking off these guys in the store. Quickly evacuate. First pick goes over to Zoned Out. Cardi falling down. That's a big player off the board.
Big player. Now let's see what Oracles can do on this flank. Spots out one, and there's another kill going over to Zoned Out Gaming now with 3v1. Should just start the defuse. That's only Verb left alive. Have one person on the bomb and one person trying to find the kill in Cloudsy. He's going to be able to close that out. A beautiful retake here from Zoned Out Gaming, and they get the defuse. A great start to the map for them.
Amazing start for Zoned Out Gaming. They're trying to prove me right. They probably heard my comms, and they don't want to make me disappointed, right?
Yeah, I think that's exactly what they're aiming for here. They're going to be very close to an RC card there as well. They gave the defuse to the player with the 2 kills. A smart little micro play that probably goes unnoticed, but an important one, because if one more kill gets picked up by Cloudsy, I believe he will have that RC card. So going to be looking on to him this round. If he can find some success, a kill streak in search and destroy can just be so crucial. And in a situation where every round matters, every single kill could be that much more important. But it's looking like a great defense from Revive. They find 3 instantly, and it's just Mac left alive in the back of the map. A beautiful defensive round from Revive.
Revive Uprise coming in with a vengeance once they have the control of the engagement.
Oh, there's the Vapor Rub.
There it is, yeah. See, when he has the Vapor Rub with him, he will lock in. He will win the round. I don't even think he took a hit of that. I think it's just the power of holding it.
No, he smelled
Grants
it.
him. He did?
He
Okay,
smelled it
okay.
for sure.
The cap is on, though.
He took it off.
Okay,
Put it back
okay.
on. Or maybe he just likes.
Maybe he smell. He
Maybe
can
it's
smell
like a
it.
mental thing.
True. That's what I'm saying. It's like magic. You know, he just has to hold it in his hands, and he gets the hit.
Gets the power.
And he gets the power, the revive power.
Well, it worked that round. Let's see how it goes. And this one, Zoned Out, going to start off with a kill of their own Oracles with a huge first blood. And so far, who's found the first kill has been able to find the round. Revive now have to play from a man disadvantage to try and win this one.
It's whoever is on the attack seems to be having
Oh,
an awful
that's not
time.
good.
You trade concussions back and forth. Gonna be a little bit dizzy after that one. You're gonna go out, get shot down by Oracle, and now Revive has been whittled down to 1. The Vapor Rub power is not coming through.
It's not coming through. Oracle's going crazy in this round so far, looking for the ace. Will he be able to find Cardi? Doesn't look like he's going to be chasing for it, because I think all of these players understand you just need to win the round. The ace, it's cool and all, but at this point in the tournament, at this point in your tournament lives, the only thing you're looking for is the win. I think now we might see Oracles get a little bit more aggressive, looking for this kill. Cardi finds 1, but there it is. Zoned Out Gaming win their second.
I think they were looking for the ace there. There's a
so.
few times where they could have locked that kill down.
Yeah.
They chose not to. They wanted to make sure he gets that mental difference as well.
Yeah. I mean, ace would be nice, you know. Give your team and yourself a lot more confidence, a lot more hype. Feeling really good about yourself as they take a 2-1 round lead. Zoned Out Gaming. Neither team can really pull away in these first 3 rounds. But if Zoned Out can win this attacking round, this will be a big, big advantage.
It's whoever can win the attack.
Oh my goodness.
Honestly, the pace is set to be zoned out. They've had more chances at it, but Rage going to be whittling down the team to just 2. Bomb is also down. That's going to be very, very difficult to play around.
Yeah, I don't know how much I like this zoned out plan. They have one watching the flank, and they're just fighting 3v4, hoping for the best. And, you know, if you're any good at math, 3 against 4, not good odds. And now the bomb down. Yeah, zoned out gaming, they're in a bit of a dire situation.
A very difficult situation, but not impossible. It's 2v3, not 1v3. Play out of this, but where you are, your positioning, bomb down. It's gonna be disastrous.
Look at the flank, though. Mac picks up 1, spots out the other 2, and this is a beautiful flank. Now if the bomb gets picked up, it does, but everybody there from Revive making sure to shut it down. A bit of hope there for the side of zoned out gaming, but now in the 1v2, bomb down Mac will need a miracle and more to find the clutch.
I mean, he could win off kills here. Time is not in his favor. I think they patched it. Grenades don't open doors anymore, unfortunately. Just a few days ago, that got patched into the game. 12 seconds left on the clock. You just got to go for kills.
Yeah, you got to find these straight downs. Finds the first, knows the seconds right there, but only 5 seconds. He's just going to run away, and that is going to be a very good play by Revive Gaming. They get the bomb down, they play around it perfectly. Tied up at 2 rounds apiece. Matthias, I'm smelling around 11.
And it smells like vapor rub. It smells like menthol. But yeah, I definitely agree. It's so back and forth. I mean, the entire series has been back and forth. These teams are as equal as could be. And honestly, I think maybe an improvement Zoned Out Gaming could do, not to be a backseat gamer here. Maybe don't send the guy with bomb up front. Keep him, you know, in the middle to the back, so he can't get picked off.
Not a bad idea there, Matthias, if I had to say so myself. Neither team has been able to win an attacking round, the first 4 rounds. So, very defense-sided so far. Neither team has pushed B either, as well. And now another plant's going to go down for the side of Revive. We've seen this already, the post plant. It's a good situation for the attackers in theory, so now it's zoned out. They have about 30 seconds to wipe out everyone from Revive.
That's the one thing about Revive, is they're able to get that plant down consistently. It's just they struggle at keeping it up, but I think this might be the attacking round. They win, they find the pick.
Whoa!
Trades come out though, zoned out, found their opening pick. They have the interior locked down. The defuse has been started halfway through. No one's there to contest. He gets picked off. Time is ticking though.
That's it.
I think this is going to be it. He's going to give him the runaround. Even if he finds it, the defuse isn't going to come through.
A big round for Revive, their first attacking win. And they take the lead for the first time on this map. Really zoning in here when it matters most. And they're 3 rounds away from making the next round, making it to those loser finals. Zoned Out Gaming, they had this series in the palm of their hands, and it's just slipping away little by little. They need to pick up this next attacking round, and I wonder, are they going to still keep the flank watcher, or are they just going to push in S4 and just take the fight to the other team?
I think they're just going to push in.
No?
I think they're going to push
Mac
in.
is just chilling.
You might be right. The flank works, but I don't think you get enough value. It brings you back from a bad situation. It doesn't create a good one. Go for the little knife there.
On the teammate.
A little bit of a risky play, but hey, it's fine. You're locked in. You're professional. Now, bomb is down. They need to somehow swing through and grab it behind that crate of videotapes. Very risky play. Ace Slims has the bomb. They have a minute left to decide where they're going to go.
It's also 3v2 for Zoned Out Gaming. This round you have to win. You have the bomb. You can plant it down. You have to be careful here for Ace Slims. Like super aggressive. What a shot there. That is a round-winning play. Kill does get traded out, but the plants should go down here on A right now. As I don't think Rage has any idea that Mac could be in behind on a flank here. But they're just going to move out of the bomb and maybe rotate all the way over behind back into B, which is probably a little bit easier to hold down. But Rage, if he gets some good timing here and gets in behind, I think he has a read on it. This is the perfect time to pull off the hero play. No trigger discipline there, and the turn comes out. That should have definitely, I think, been a double kill with the read he had, but just didn't have the trigger discipline there and didn't have good enough aim. A huge round for Zoned Out. They pull it out of the gutter.
Yeah, Revive Uprise, though. caught them off guard. That was a 1v2 situation. I mean, Zoned Out had that in the bag regardless, but
theory.
somehow Revive found the opening shot, the little thread that they needed to find and cut to win the match. The only mistake there was he didn't clutch it up. He had an amazing shot, and Revive, I think, is definitely looking more consistent in these rounds.
Yeah, but does it matter? It's 3-3.
Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Zoned Out can still keep winning by the seat
Look.
of their pants as long as they keep winning.
Look.
And look at that! Oracles and Cloutsy just taking them all down. Cardi gonna just, I think he's given up at this point.
Doesn't want to give them a kill for score streaks.
Exactly. Gonna just go out of bounds, call it wraps, and jeez, just
But-
like that. Zono Gaming, when they win. Absolutely brutal.
And that was the first time we've seen this map that Zoned Out Gaming on the defense just went full on aggro, and I think Revive just weren't ready for it. They weren't ready for it. They got caught off guard, and the early challenges came through. 3 instant kills, and literally a snap of your fingers, the round is over. And just like that, we said all the momentum was in Revive Gaming's favor. I digress.
Yes, I agree. I concur. But nevertheless, it is going to be a very interesting game plan style. Because I think that's the issue, is if you stick to one game plan, Revive will figure it out. Zoned Out keeps needing to do the unexpected here, but how many game plans that are unexpected can you throw out?
Oh, look at this position from Luan. Picks up one, picks up a second. They don't check their corners. A rookie mistake from Zoned Out Gaming, and they put A-Slims in a 1v2 situation. They know where he is. The bomb is down on B. I mean, if they just check that corner, I think Zoned Out take this round. But a great spot there coming out from Luan and find some crucial kills. Now it's all on A-Slims in the 1-on-2.
1-on-2. Someone's got to be the guard. Someone's got to be the defense here. They got a nasty cross on that bomb and around the corner. I thought he was through the wall there. That was so hard to see, camouflaged in the grass.
Yeah, that's a good spot.
Very good spot. Take a
Saw it
hit,
there?
why
You saw
don't
it
you? Got to keep those nostrils open, the airflow. That's what you got to do to stay on top if you're Revive Uprise.
I mean, I said round 11, it's looking more and more true here as both teams struggling to break away, and we only have at most 3 rounds left in this map, tied up at 4 apiece, sorry.
Yep.
I mean, this is crunch time. This is where heroes are made, and
It's going to come down to who's on defense that last round, because
might.
I don't think anybody has won on attack just yet. We haven't had
Oh!
an upset. It's just all through the rhythm. But wow,
he
Ace
doesn't
Slim's
get
going
it.
through, taking down bomb. Not going to be good enough.
I think A-Slims needs to find 2 kills there. That was a golden opportunity to just win his team the round on the spot, but bit of a choke there. Nerves definitely flying in now for both sides, and all 3 members from Revive Uprise are sitting inside of the point here. And now we're going to see Zoned Out hit from all angles. They find the initial pick, and they have 3-on-2. It is planted though, and a big kill from Rage. 1 kill, gets traded back. Now it's a 2v1. Rage on 30 HP is going to be able to find the kill. Turns it into a 1-on-1. Will the kill come through here from Mac? It won't. And Rage can just run for his life. The defuse needs to be made. The reload comes through. And Rage going to be able to find the clutch. That was a huge turnaround round from Revive Gaming. They should not have had that one whatsoever. But some whiff shots, a big whiff shots from Zoned Out Gaming cost that round hugely.
Yeah, that was a major blow to Zoned Out Gaming. I mean, I was saying at the beginning of the round, it's all about the rhythm. Whoever has the defense has the round. But just like that, the game has been blown wide open, forcing Zoned Out to win an attacking round, something they have not yet done before on this map.
Yeah, if I'm zoned out, I am nervous. Rage, 14-5 on the S&D, clutching up when it matters most. People will remember this performance if they're able to close it out. And look, the first pick comes out from Rage. Zoned Out Gaming are collapsing right in front of our very eyes, but Cloudsy gets a trade back. The plant gonna go down on A. It's uncontested, and now it's zoned out in a pretty good position to close out this round.
But there's 2 score streaks on the side of Revive Uprise.
Will
They
they
have a
use it?
Hellfire Missile and an RCXD locked and loaded in the chamber.
I don't think they'll use it here.
I don't think so, but it's still something to consider. If it's down and out, they could use that. But wow, they got to trade back and forth.
2v1.
Revive.
Oh, Rage clutches it up in the 1v2 situation there towards the bottom side of the map. And just like that, Revive Gaming send Zoned Out home. What a performance, what a comeback, and what a map 5 victory. They're going to be heading over to your lower finals after this series, and man, what a series that was. What a tournament for Zoned Out Gaming. They're going to be going home, but still a good performance for them. They won't be happy with how it ended, but what a series that was.
That was absolutely amazing. And yeah, they're going to be remembered as the team that went toe to toe with Revive Uprise. They held out all the way through. It just came down to a few missed fights, a few missed shots. Those teams are of absolute equal skill level, except Revive Uprise just had that little bit more experience to bring them the extra way.
And Rage, I mean, what a performance on that map 5. I think finished 17 and 5 in a map 5 setting to do that. I think one of his teammates was like 1-9, not to throw any
I think
shade.
it was 1-9.
It was a bit of a rough performance, but hey, it does not matter. It's a team game. You win the game. That's all that matters. And I think Rage will definitely be getting a lot of pats on the back and definitely deserves it after that map 5. But that is not all for us today. We still have a lot of Call of Duty on our hands. So with that being said, we're going to throw it over to a quick break, and we'll be back shortly with our lower bracket finals.
Welcome back, everybody, to the St. Clair College Major 3, presented by the Premier Circuit and Toronto XP. My name is Seymour, jumping back on alongside my main man, the one and only. Am I saying it right?
You could say it however you want. I mean, when I came up with the name, God knows what I was thinking. So you could make stuff up as well. It doesn't matter.
I was like, I said it. I was like, am I saying it right? I hear you. It just flows off the tongue when he says it. But I was trying to try my hand at something, be a little fun with it. But we got ourselves a series now as we move deeper into the winners bracket, or I guess the losers bracket now through the bracket itself, as we're jumping into the losers finals between Potsy's Angels and Revive Uprising. So right here we get a look at Potsy's Angels, who have been making a run through the winners side, actually knocked out Revive Uprise yesterday in a Game 4 setting, really close. And now Revive Uprising, who moved down to the lower bracket first, battled back today, has their chance after a Game 5 to see if they can find their revenge.
Yeah, looking for revenge here, and they just had a 5-map banger where they came out on top. And let's take a look at our maps, ladies and gentlemen. Hacienda going to be our first 2 maps for Hardpoint and Search and Destroy. Third map, it's going to be Vault, Control, Skyline, Hardpoint to follow, and if needed, a red card S&D, which I haven't seen at all this tournament. So if we do make it to that map 5, it's going to be very exciting.
Yeah, red card S&D for a map 5. It is probably a sleeper pick, I'd say, for a Search and Destroy map. Very slow, like a lot of time to, execute a strat, a lot of time to make a change, adapt, and see if you can pull a clutch through. But a lot of ways, or a lot of time before we do get to that map 5 between these two. Just to kind of recap yesterday in the match that these two had, because I was talking to the coach of Revive and how close that series was. It was a kicker for this Revive team because, yeah, the hard point wasn't so good. The first one was about like a 70-point difference in favor of Potsy's Angels. But the Search and Destroy, Potsy's Angels only won at 6-5. So it went all the way to around 11. The control went Revive's way. It was a 3-2. And then game 4, Potsy's Angels just barely squeaked away with like a 3-point game. It was 250 like 247. Everybody was watching in the pit, and it was a banger. Both teams just electric in that series. And even some of the members of Potsy's Angels after, they were fist pumping and saying, man, that was a tight series. That was a close one. And it was long in the night. I think it was around the 12-hour mark for these players playing. So, you get a little bit of sleep from day 1 to day 2. You go through the losers bracket. You start putting some wins under your belt if you Revive. They got some serious momentum going into this game.
Yeah, I was about to touch on that. Revive, they just won a map 5. They're fresh. They're warm. They've been playing. They're as warmed up as one can get. So they're going to have a tiny bit of advantage in that aspect where they're coming out, they're ready to play, they're riding a high wave of momentum, and it's going to be important for Potsy's Angels to make sure that they can stop them early in the hard point. Don't really let them get rolling, because if they do, it's a scary team.
It is a scary team. A team, though, that's kind of been sitting in the shadows so far, just waiting for this chance. Yeah. I'm sure it's a little deflating losing to St. Clair the way that you did in the winners final, especially after round 11 Search and Destroy. You win that, then you go back into the control. Not the results that you were hoping for, back into a respawn after the heroics we saw in game 2. And then the Skyline hardpoint, the way that it went. It's a tough blow. I mean, it's something that a lot of teams maybe have faced this tournament, but it doesn't feel good no matter which way you spin it. So dropping down into this one for Potsy's Angels, it's a mental reset time. I mean, both of these two teams have fought tooth and nail throughout the entire tournament. I'd say both of them really deserve a shot at St. Clair in that grand finals, and this is going to be a really close series in determining that one, especially considering that you get that Hacienda for map 1. Both of these two teams love Hacienda, and then a Skyline map 4 where Potsy's Angels haven't looked good on Skyline, but they still want to go here.
Yeah. I mean, these two teams, you've been high on them the entire tournament, so I'm sure neither of us are surprised that this is our lower bracket final. And we're going to be going into game in just a few moments. Let's take some predictions from you, Seymour.
No.
How do you see this first map going? I won't go too hard on you, just the first map.
This is bait. This is a trap.
This is a trap?
I think it's going to be a game 4 for Potsy's Angels. I think that You know, I was saying that, like, you know, yesterday in the series when, you know, Botsy's Angels just barely scraped away with that game 4, and I was trying to give the benefit of the doubt to Revive Uprise on the fact that, you know, they were tired,
Hmm.
but you have to, like, look at
Everyone's
both
tired.
sides. Everybody's tired. We're tired, the players are tired, Botsy's Angels are tired, so it kind of goes both ways, and I think that a team like this for Botsy's Angels, we're going to be starting on the left side of the screen here. Um, they have just what it takes to push into that grand finals, and I think they're going to get it done.
Yeah, let's get underway in map 1. Revive Uprise against Potsy's Angels. Who's going to be able to come out on top? It's a good start for the side of a Revive. They get a nice little lead on this P1 graphics. A bit flipped up, but no big deal. We still know all these players. We've seen them compete the entire week. We know who's on what
Yeah, I was going to say,
team.
colors are right, logos are right, it's just the names are wrong.
Yeah, I mean, it's not the biggest of deals. We'll get that fixed up as soon as possible. But a decent P1 from both teams, a pretty competitive start to the game. But this P2, it could be really deadly. The good spawns are here for Revive, but it's Potsy's Angels who are first on this site. And they're getting some good hardpoint time.
Yeah, it's a good rotation for Potsy's Angels, but Revive are able to break to the front. Steal back spawns for Potsy's Angels, so chance number 2. On the break back in, J-Ray, he finds a double kill. That's going to lead the charge in. Frizzy a third, so break. And Potsy's Angels are in.
Finally able to get a little bit of control, but the kills Revive Rage. What a shot there. One more member left in the site, but they all fall down, and it's Revive getting some nice time here to close out as the rotations come through.
And this is a moment where Potsy's Angels, I'm sure they're going to recognize that they have to find these cutoff kills. Make sure that they're winning the fights to new. J-Ray's going to try to hunt the kill over towards Rock, but barely walking away with it is Luan. He's going to get the regen now. You have a 3-on-3 fight for this new hill. Revive fighting from the inside out, so 1-for-1 trade, still keeping things even. Starry's going to lose the fight inside the hill, but Neb's still up top, and Neb's doing enough to at least keep the team alive for this fight. Revive, though, with their lead, they're happy enough to contest this one, and they're going to try to stay alive as long as they can.
Yeah, finally Potsy's Angels getting some much needed control time here as they start stacking up their points. 40 to 72. I mean, it's a great start to the map for Revive Gaming, but it could all flip in this one hard point. Potsy's Angels doing a great job of holding on, and kills coming through from all angles. No flanks coming through from Revive. They're just trying to go head on, and it's just not working out at all. Potsy's Angels, beautiful positioning, and just like that, they're right back in this map.
And both teams butting heads, and Potsy's Angels, it seems like their heads are just a little bit harder there. So, tie game, relatively, heading into this P4 hill. Luan around the rock, nice early shot, sets up Verb for a triple. 11 and 7 start to this hard point. Spawn's gonna flip the Angels now fighting from P2. They're gonna send Starry on a route. Actually, they're gonna drop Neb with him too. So it's gonna be a 2-2 split into this one. J-Ray leading. He opens things up with a kill. See if the team can follow things out. They do. The trade battle, it's Neb on top.
A great retake there from Potsy's Angels. They win their gunfights. They take the 1-for-1s when they can. And as a player going for a flank, that's Luan swimming through the waters. Well, Potsy's Angels will be ready for that. I mean, they're locking the rest of the point down relatively easily. But I think once Luan pops up here, has some free kills, gets one, gets the second, and the rest of the team push through. Revive will continue their advantage in the lead. But Potsy's Angels not going down without a fight.
Are you a big swimmer?
I don't think so.
Yeah, that's the Michael Phelps route.
That's it.
That's a gold medal for Luan. Excellent break to keep this lead. Revive Uprise now trying to hold on for a little bit of scrap time. Neither team gonna get the last couple of seconds. Good contention though. 99 to 79 into the second set of rotations. Revive, very good start to Hills 2 and 3. Able to break Hill 2 and just contest, I'd say, Hill 3 for at least like a little bit of a lead going into that fourth hill. Luan makes the play, so I'm liking Revive so far. Even though they've been losing the rotations, they've been strong for their breaks.
Yeah, been really good on the breaks. This P1, obviously very hard to hold. So many angles to get shot from, but I like this from Cardi. He doesn't just sit up there and wait. Every single second on this P1, if you can just get in, deny time from your opponents and keep it yourself, matters so much. Everyone's gonna be flanking left and right, but Luan on this point, every single second, as I said, very important.
And Verb makes the full route through top, so he's going to have a chance. He did have a chance to flip those spawns for P2. It fails. Angel's going to be lucky for this one. It could have been a different story for the setup towards next. J-Ray, another double kill, and Frizzy. I feel like it is just the combo that always happens. J-Ray gets 2, Frizzy finds the 3rd, and it's Potsy's Angel for the setup here in P2.
Yeah, I mean, Potsy's Angels, they're fragging out this game, but they're still behind. The flanks are coming through again. Michael Phelps, as you like to call him, otherwise known as Luan, went for a big one. And Revive, they're going to be able to get some nice kills, but not able to break through because the spawns are there from Potsy's Angels. And a lot of kills now finally on the point. Gonna contest it. Starry tries to go for a 50, doesn't win it. Starry finds a couple, and good job from Potsy's Angels. Looking to take the lead. Verb finds a knife kill, picks up a 2nd, but should go down to the 3rd. And yeah, just like that, Potsy's Angels for the first time on this map have the lead.
If this Luan guy keeps hitting water routes, I'm gonna start calling him amphibious. This he is just making the plays, trying to lead by example. By setting up different angles for the break, but Angels, they hold on to that. So, like you said, first lead on the Hacienda. Neb looking to threaten these back spawns. Big win versus Luan. That's going to allow the gates to open up for the rest of the Angels to start to collapse on this hill. Starry, a double kill. Neb finds the one in the back. There's the break on the spawns, the break on the hill. The Angels keep their lead.
Picture perfect retake there from Potsy's Angels, and they're just getting these spawns so well. Fragging out across the board, and now they're on this hard point. A flank comes through though from Verb. He does find a couple, and just like that, Revive have a bit of life, but nice double kill there from McFrizzy again. As he goes around the outside of the map with the pistol, picks up Luan, absolutely fragging out 4 multi-kill, looking to get more, finally does get shut down, but all this 50-50 play is going to be all for the next hard point, as the last few seconds might get capped here by Potsy's Angels, but Revive might have better positioning for P4.
Time. Frizzy, jumps back up. Hits the mantle. Beautiful shots. Not able to find a second one, though. Trades back and forth. And it's Revive out on top for the P4 rotation. Still a player lurking. It's Neb just waiting for the right chance. I don't think he's been... he did get spotted, so... Heads up there from Revive. Not able to hunt him down, though. So Neb still threatening from the back. J-Ray on the front. Looking to pinch this one together, see if it's enough to ward a break. So far, so good. Starry and Neb, they're inside.
What a break there again from Potsy's. They just hit from both angles, and Revive do not have the answers. They're losing the one-on-one gunfights, and that's why Potsy's Angels able to find such a big advantage. The whole team basically sitting on the point here. Verb, though, going for a flank, picks up 1, but goes down in the meantime, and now it's just straight up fire from Potsy's Angels. Everyone from Revive coming from the same choke. It's going to be very hard to break the point like this, and you can see Potsy's Angels just have a bit of a crossfire, and they're not allowing them to get in. A Starry gets a double kill with the pistol. 185 to 140 and counting for Potsy's Angels.
No knife for Cardi. I saw he was laughing after that one. Thought you could get away with it, but a 50-point lead for Potsy's Angels. I mean, this was a 10-point lead for Revive after the first set. So a swing off of Potsy's Angels, really stepping up in these breaks, especially towards P3 and P4. That play from Neb, where he stays alive in fire, baits the player back into him, wins that one-on-one, and then continues to hold that pinch between himself and the rest of the team. Really gives them this lead. Heading into the 3rd set of rotations, Potsy's Angels feeling good. The guns are hot. The rotations on point. And they're winning the fights for those power positions. So Neb looking for some time. It's not going to pay off. Verb's going to catch him out. Revive, they desperately need to try to flip these spawns. You see, they're going to try their hands at it, but they're just hitting this one at a time.
Yeah, Potsy's Angels didn't even worry about that P1, did not care about getting in there. They know that the way they win this map is P2, P3, getting those good spawns, and that's exactly what they're playing for. Revive, though, they have to take that time on that objective, and it's a huge flank from Verb. Picks up 1. Does he get his team the good spawns? He might.
He doesn't. He holds the attention while Luan tries to make the water route. It's not going to pay off for Lu. And it's not going to work for Verb in the beginning, but it does pull the spawns for Revive Uprise. So they're going to have some chances to break this hill. Some chances to stay alive in this hard point. But Potsy's Angels ready to start the blender. It's mixed up, but it is just a conglomerate of pink. McFrizzy back in. 30 seconds. It's not going to win you this map, but you want every second right now if you're Potsy's Angels. Revive, they have to fight for this time.
and they should be able to get these last 20 seconds. Look at the mini-map.
You gotta
Potsy's
go.
Angels. Yeah. Oh, a bad spawn, though, for J-Ray. He spawns all the way behind, and they do spot him out. If he wins this one-on-one,
It's okay.
he'll be stuck back here, so might even better to die spawn in with the rest of your team.
Oh, and he wins it too. J-Ray dies. Where is he gonna spawn? Fights towards new, and you can see just how
Oh,
far
big
away
kill.
Potsy's Angels are from this P3 rotation. Now Luon, from hitting old, he's gonna get caught into a mix towards the middle of the map. Trades back and forth.
Oh.
Revive, they're in the hill for now, still trailing by about 20 points, give or take, but they have the spawns. Let's see if they can make this comeback.
Yeah, they need to get in here. McFrizzy, another double kill. Neb gets taken down though. Rage with the double kills. Just J-Ray and J-Ray alone as of right now. Trying to stay alive. Is getting wall banged through the wall, but they just can't take it down. Finally, Cardi finds that one, and it's blue in the kill feed. Now Neb gets some shots fired up. Doesn't find the kill.
Man.
And Revive
Oh, man.
uprising. They're making a run for this. J-Ray on a big flank. Does find a single kill, but
Yeah, you just
point-
gotta chalk it.
yeah, they gotta leave. The new point unlocks in 15 seconds, and this could be the final one we see in this map.
It all comes down to the Rock Hill. Live and die by the money.
Oh, Luwan's here.
Luon, 1v3. He's gonna get caught. J-Ray making the play. And now it's all down to the lone survivors of Revive to see if they can make a dent in the setup. Will Luon, off this off spawn, can flank through mid with Verb. The hit together. It's gonna be an opening from Rage. The rest to follow in soon. J-Ray in behind. He's
Oh.
down. Starry trades it back and forth. Rage. It's all Rage and Verb inside of it. 3 go down and Revive are in.
Yeah, they have full control of this one. It's just McFrizzy on 22 HP. If they take him down here, that would be a huge, huge kill. They're not going to over-aggress, and now they're going to try and swing off. But a team kill there with a nade. 3 go down. It's only Neb left alive. And if they can find this kill onto Neb, the map could be all but over. Revive, Uprise, looking to close it out. Neb finds one. The trade doesn't come through, and it's Potsy's Angel with the retake. But we're going to be going back to P1 in just a second.
9 more seconds. You can't win here. Into a 4th set of hills. J-Ray has to go big, but Rage underneath. The fountain being locked down. Revive are here. Revive off the comeback. They get it
Yes.
done. They hold strong. And they open up the losers finals with a massive retake.
What a map from Revive. What a comeback. I mean, they were down big in that one. Potsy's Angels, they were clicking on all cylinders. And then when it mattered most, Revive got the crazy retake. They finished off the map on P1. That's a big, big momentum swing and a huge map 1 victory for them.
That's a heartbreaker, man. I mean, from, what was it, the second set of rotations on into what was the back half of that P4, that was all Potsy's Angels. I mean, they were winning the rotations. If they got broke, they were not down for long. They were able to break back in and hold the rest of the time. You saw the spawns over towards P3. Constantly, Potsy's Angels were winning the fights in the back line, always having the better setups for these hills. And then a race to P4 just at the last second. I mean, Revive, they just never gave up. And you find like a double kill between Rage and Verb. And they just pop off at just the right moments to hold their life, stay alive, and it's just a breakdown from Potsy's Angels. That is,
That's a rough one.
yeah, took the words right out of my mouth.
Hey, but still a lot of Call of Duty to play. It is a big, big momentum swing, but both teams need to not get too excited. You still got S&D, you got to control, maybe another hard point, but obviously a beautiful start to the series, a 1-0 lead, and Potsy's Angels did beat them last time, so this is kind of a revenge tour for Revive, and I mean, a map one like that, you couldn't ask for a better finish.
I mean, like, think about it. Like, we literally broke it down at the start, guys. Like, last time these guys played yesterday, it was a game 4, yeah, but like a 6-5, a 3-2, 250 to 247. Like, we knew this one was going to be close. Did I think it was going to be that close again to start it off? No, not at all. But I knew it was going to be a battle for either side. Obviously, like you said, it's a revenge tour for Revive Uprise. Both teams want to have that face-off against St. Clair. I said all day yesterday that I want to see this Revive team play against the Saints. I think they're tricky, and I think they got what it takes to, pull a couple of maps off these really strong teams, and they've been battling ever since they started on stream yesterday early at, 9 a.m. So this is quite the losers finals that we have been blessed with. Hacienda Search and Destroy up next.
Yeah, from what I've learned so far, Revive is just a team you can never, ever count out. Even last series, they were down 2-1. They won the hard point, a very close one, and then
They were getting loud, too.
They love to get loud. When they win, they are talking. They have good energy after. When they lose, maybe not as loud because we're there to really talk about. But when they win, they let their opponents know that they're better than them.
Somebody in the crowd last game said, "Man, I don't think I've heard Luan get this loud since BO4 TXP."
Good.
Do you know how long ago that was?
Very long ago.
That was way too long ago. So they're here to play, and they want it all. So Search and Destroy is going to be the attack for Revive. Luan
likes to swim.
Swimmer himself. He's in behind. J-Ray scratching his head on what just happened. Starry looking to see if he can reel a couple kills back. Finessing around the rock. Tagged up. Not able to pull it off. 2v2. So
Neb's getting flanked.
Cardi's keeping the team alive in this fight.
The plan should go down on B here. 2v1. Oreo McFrizzy, should basically be unwinnable. He has to go through this little choke with the plant down. Defend your bomb planter. Oh my goodness, they split up for just a second.
Wait.
And the ninja is coming through. Do they have any idea?
Planted. It's not planted for office.
They
have no idea.
Oh my
Nobody's
goodness.
looking.
What?
You just can't let that happen.
What? I don't know.
That's S&D 101. I've seen people plant for Kedor. I've seen people plant for the office, just close towards the stairs. I've seen people plant for the boathouse. I have never seen somebody plant for the wall.
Well, is there not a sound cue when he starts to defuse?
No.
Oh, okay, that was changed some Call of Duties ago then. But
Yeah, they change it sometimes.
what a ninja defuse. That's what you love to see on the biggest stage. Calm, cool, and collective. Throws down big, but still. Revive, they came out banging. They had a 2-on-1. They should have won that round. Now it's a bomb plant on A. They have to retake 4-on-3.
These two teams, it's never over until that round count is done. Neb keeping the trades going. Starry brings it into a 2v2. Luan on the flank. He's going to shoot a little bit too early. This is a big battle. He slides out, and Starry holds his ground. 1v2.
1v1.
Now 1v1. Rage for the clutch. See if they can have their revenge now. As it's 18 seconds, and they're just wrapping around each other. Or McFrizzy, he's just gone underneath to you. Utilizing that time bank. He's checked the bomb, so he knows the internal clock. And when to check it. The beat down, but it doesn't matter. Potsy's Angels take their second.
That's how you play a post plan right there. Potsy's Angels show us Exhibit A. You know you have the time, check the bomb. It's a good thing to check the bomb, and then you don't have to challenge anything because there's no time. I believe 7.5 seconds.
Hey, it's 7.5. It's not even that. As soon as Rage made it into a 1v1 and caught Starry through the arch, he immediately wrapped away from Newhall, down through mid, back into you, essentially flipping the positioning of both Rage and Frizzy.
Yeah.
As soon as he checks bomb, sees Rage isn't there, he just knows, okay, I can just back up to mid. I can just wait another 5 seconds, check again, and then that's the round.
Yeah, if you die, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, exactly. If you're not going to defuse, fine by me.
Picture perfect gameplay there from Potsy's, and they're now really locking in here in this S&D after dropping the first map. And a good first cut for J-Ray, who finds a couple kills. Verb does pick up one, but the trade comes out. It's off to Cardi in the 1-on-3. Picks up one, heads over to B, but the bomb is down on A. And yet again, Potsy's Angels putting themselves in the prime position to take 3 straight rounds.
Astronomical plays there from J-Ray. Finds the double kill, a little bit of damage onto the third. His teammate trades him out. 3-for-1 trade sets you up for the round win. And a lot more convincing of a map than we had in the Hacienda Hardpoints. Potsy's Angels starting to run away with things in the Surge. 3 rounds in a row. Round 1, round 2 could have been any way.
Yeah.
You play those out, maybe 10 times in a row, and you
50-50.
probably get a 50-50 on how it ends up. But that third round was convincing.
Yeah, Potsy's Angels not happy about dropping that first map and bouncing back amazingly. And I'm sure we're going to see a banger of a series in this one as Potsy's Angels on attack now. Let's see what they like to draw up here. Some shots coming out towards the middle. Nobody gonna go down, but B-side fully taken by Potsy's Angels. Should be an early plant here, but it is Verb finding the first pick. Just needs to play his life here and let his teammates come support him.
Yeah, looking to check for some players underneath the wall. Storming the castle though. Here comes Revive. Numbers looking for the trades. Verb finds two.
Verb
Frizzy,
ace.
he's wrapped around. Bomb not planted, so you've got to go deep for this one. Jumps out the window.
Ace.
Verb finds his ace. And a defuse to follow up, so plenty of time. They're going to give it to Verb, see if he can get closer
He
to
has the
that
RC.
score streak. He's going to get the RCXD. Still nowhere close to that Hellstorm, though. But even still, for Revive, finding their first round, you get a streak off of that. That's a big one.
Yeah, if I'm Revive, I go for maybe a B play here with that RC. Try and get everybody out of there and just scare the defenders away. And I believe when you get kill streaks in Search and Destroy, you should try and use them to win rounds immediately because you don't want to stack up those kill streaks. You want to get these rounds as quickly as possible, especially when it's been such a hard map so far and so well played by Potsy's Angels. You have a tiny bit of an advantage with this RC. I think you should definitely use it in this round.
I agree. Will they, though? Doesn't look like it. Being on the attack, Verb, he is usually the lead in the line, so he's going to be the one trying to punch a hole through the setup at B. Starry shuts him down,
Again.
and that's Bomb. Surely enough, you've learned that Luan loves to swim. He's going to find J-Ray, but Starry again keeping the lives for Potsy's Angels. 9 HP, looking to get more, but not this
Oh, they're getting
time.
pinched.
It's the rest of the team to react, and Starry does enough to just stay alive. Allow for the rest of the team to get there.
Yeah, that's why I would like to see the RC there. Instead of wasting your life there, you drive the car through there, you
It's a
see
hard
the play.
call. You know, every single round off of attack, Verb's been that
He
guy
has been.
to be the one to lead. And I'd say at some point, the guy probably feels like he's his own RCXD. Just like,
That's what it looked
let him fly. But if you pull out the RCXD, essentially that like slows you down. So like,
It does, but I feel like when you have Luan flanking every round through the water, like just distracting enemy team on the RC,
that's fair.
Luan would have been there. He would have had those kills, I think, either way. So, you know, it happened.
For a
They
later
didn't-
round.
Didn't use it. Yeah, save it for a later round. But now you're down 4-1. Potsy's Angels playing beautifully. Only 2 rounds away from sending us to a map 3.
Yeah, how many more later rounds are we going to get for Revive Uprise? Can they pull off a back-to-back comeback? No! Luan almost taking the player off the bomb, but it's going to get planted for Potsy's
Oh, Verb.
Angels. 2 versus 2 in the post plant as Frizzy is going to now make it all down to Cardi, and he lets loose some shots, so now they know exactly where he is. The Angels going to react and relocate, and you just look at this. They're playing hand in hand, waiting for Cardi to show where he is.
Yeah, exactly how you should play it. One person dies, you need to find that trade. And Cardi, he's spending so much time
Yeah, there's not
going
a lot
the
of
long
time.
way around because he just doesn't want to give away his position. But as soon as he fires a bullet, he's going to get contested by the other. You'd have to think, but now there's no time to defuse. Yeah, you found the kill. He's just going to sit down there and he's going to get off. You find the kill. Congratulations, but shooting the body when you're down 5 rounds to 1 in S&D, I don't know how would I think about that play.
It's a tough call. I mean, he takes the longest route possible, and yeah, you get that first kill, but you don't even give yourself a chance to win it. So, 5-1 up for the Angels of Coach Potsy himself. I wonder if they're the ones that sit on the shoulder and try to whisper nice things in his ear.
I don't know.
Or maybe they're the ones that are actually truly devils and they're saying bad
Ooh.
things to him.
Ooh, well, I mean, if you take a look at the kills, it's very even. Like, a lot of people are very close to
Whoa!
but you blink, Potsy's Angels
Whoa!
take the map 6-1. Yeah, that was just a stomp. Just a dominant map from Potsy's Angels after dropping the first map, and now we see a little bit of trash talk coming up from both sides. So I think the longer this series goes, the more intense it will be, as we're tied up at 1 game apiece.
Well, there you have it. I mean,
Yeah.
J-Ray's upset. So he's going to get up. He starts yelling at him. And he's letting them know game one might have not gone their way, but game number two, that was a convincing win in the search and destroy, which is very surprising because yesterday when these two matched up, they went to around 11 in the S&Ds. So obviously things changing from yesterday into today. It looked a lot more, I'd say, composed in terms of communicating on trades, being there to help each other out. The teamwork for Potsy's Angels was flourishing in this one. And I'd say a big reason was what we were getting from Starry. Every single time that J-Ray didn't find that opening kill, Starry was right there to trade. Sometimes he would find two, but most of the time he was staying alive long enough for the rest of the team to rotate in and help him out with the rest. And that's not really something that we saw yesterday or even earlier today when they were playing the Saints game. It came down to a lot of clutches, a lot of, 4v4 battles. And that teamwork on Hacienda is a great showing on just when a team communicates together well. There's really nothing that you can do against them for Revive Uprise. And not only that, some vet plays on the post plants in terms of holding that time.
Like straight up game knowledge was just better there from them. Like so many post plant situations where it felt like if Revive had that situation, they wouldn't be able to win it. So just a great job in that map. But it's 1-1. We're back to even Stevens. No matter how big the stomps, how close the games are, the only thing that matters is the final result of the map. And yeah, that first hard point could have gone either way, but it didn't. And now we're tied up at 1. Both teams have to mentally reset as we're heading into our only control of the map of the series.
Yeah.
And this is probably the most important map that we're seeing so far.
Well, we're guaranteed a map number 4, but you're right. This is, where the momentum kind of swings for either team. Either Revive, win the control, stop the momentum of Potsy's Angels, or the Angels start to ride that momentum into possibly map 4 and need be map 5. So we're going to get ready for this control as we get set up. We're changing the setting, so we got to change the map, let the players have a break. We'll take a break too. We'll see you soon with some more St. Clair College Major 3. Welcome back, everybody. Hotly contested series between both the Potsy's Angels as well as Revive Uprise. This is a series you and I we expected to be close, but now it's delivered on its promise. Tight-knit hardpoint where Revive made a comeback that neither of us saw coming.
Yeah.
And then Potsy's Angels, they move into the Search and Destroy. A little bit of a frown on their face. They lean up, gamer position, and they dealt with them so fast. I didn't see the second map coming. That was a pretty one-sided affair. But it's going to leave us tied up, one apiece. So Search and Destroy goes to Potsy's Angels. Hardpoint to Revive Uprise. Now heading into the Control. You said this is an important game.
I mean, it is. It's 1-1. Whoever wins this is on match point. They put all the pressure on the other team to play their best, because if you're up 2-1, you're down against match point. You're thinking to yourself, hey guys, we're in desperation mode. We gotta throw everything we have at the wall. But let's get right underway in this map 3. Let's not talk too much.
Oh boy.
As first blood goes over to Cardi over on Sorry.
Sneaky call for Revive Uprise. Drop into the vault from A. Quick dash over towards B. See if they can win these fights, start getting some progress. Verb. He's going to go one further. He's going to try to sneak in towards Art, but it's a hot, good call from Starry to notice that. He takes care of the forward pressure. Now Potsy's Angels working up the map.
J-Ray spots one out. A nice kill there as Revive haven't found too much progress on either side. And these one-for-one trades benefit the defenses. They have better respawns deep up in the map. Now is Neb. Every kill he gets up here is worth just so much. Should be able to find one around this corner. Yes, it does get traded out, so a bit of life here for Revive. But Potsy's Angels playing this defense pretty flawlessly so far.
J-Ray up the hole. Hello, Rage. Yeah, just one-for-one trades.
Yeah.
You're right. These are good for the defense because Potsy's Angels, they don't really need to win by time.
Yeah.
They just need to trade the time. So 35 seconds already. J-Ray's going to slide in. He takes care of the first. Again, another trade there. Verb. He's going to shut down J-Ray. A second one as well. So Neb on the flank now. He's got to go big. He's in behind the whole play. Is anybody watching it? The comms are there. Cardi turns around. And now the stack.
No flanks here from Pots. As you can see, they're sending Oreo on one, but a nice kill there from Verb. And the flank here comes up from J-Ray. He's the last hope here for Pots as he picks up one, but they get A. And just like that, there's time to go to B. The lives are very close. And this is a great start for Revive. Just even getting the A cap is not even a bad attacking round.
No, you still have time to get to B as well. Lots of lives. And that one went fast, so I thought for a second Revive Uprise almost threw that away.
Yeah.
I saw everybody jumped off of A and it still wasn't captured, so I was like, no way, this is like one of those buzzer beaters that you think you captured it, but you didn't really capture it. And you're a little too far ahead of yourself, but Revive Uprise doing a good job at setting themselves up for a win here in round one for the offense. Nate's in, it's the car bomb, takes out J-Ray. Neb sliding through for the contest. He stops the first tick, and now he's depleting it. Nobody flanking yet for Potsy's Angels, so they're fighting from the front of this hill.
Yeah, these are hard gunfights against all the head glitches of Potsy's Angels, and Revive kind of need to reset right now. They don't want to keep dying one by one. That doesn't let them get a good push in, and to cap this B point, you need to have all 4 members firing on all cylinders, but they have someone going in deep. Luan needs to find a kill on that flank.
Yeah, Luan's going to try to force these spawns out, but it's J-Ray who's going to be the hero of this story. He's lurking down under. So inside the vault, he pops up, 9 HP, now looking to stay alive, repositions, the stack's in on B, and it's J-Ray again on the flank to try to make a play. A second one for Jay. Can he find all 3? No! Neb! The car bomb!
Oh no!
And everything's falling apart, it's devastation! And Potsy's Angels now down to 2 lives. There it goes!
What?
Oh my god!
That's just crazy. This is crazy. The series is crazy.
What just happened?
like
he had that kill. He had that kill.
And he got blown up by a car. We saw a brutal way to lose rounds. That's a brutal way to lose a round.
Oh man, even I'm stunned.
That is.
I've watched a lot of COD.
Yeah.
But like,
you don't see that often.
I don't ever see that.
Well,
oh man.
Hey, if you're on Potsy's Angels, you have to have a goldfish memory. I mean, you cannot be thinking about what just happened. Probably some tilt coming out.
Boy.
I'd be a bit upset if that happened to me as well. But
I guess it's a little bit of karma. You know, do you think back to the SCC match, all those team nades back in the Search and Destroy did
look,
catches
another
up
team
to you?
kill with a nade.
Oh boy.
This is just.
Oh, this is falling apart. It's all going Millhouse.
Yeah, I mean, these team kills with grenades, we've seen it a lot today, and I would say more than usual, as it's going to be Potsy's Angels actually getting a really good push here. McFrizzy getting a couple kills, and this 8 points instantly captured. Potsy's coming back with vengeance.
Hey, Chad, I always wonder, what's your favorite flavor of McFrizzy?
My favorite
Personally, I'm a Smarties guy.
I had actually one yesterday, Oreo. Very good.
Oreo McFrizzy.
Yeah, McFlurry, but
Oh,
I don't know what a McFrizzy is.
this is McFrizzy.
He's a player, but like it's not a type of food.
No.
Oh, okay. I don't know. Maybe there's some stuff that I don't know about. McFrizzy, like I thought like a hot dog, like a glizzy with a McFlurry combined. That's what I was thinking.
It's a new thing. We're just making up now. So, Potsy's Angels heading over towards B after capturing this A zone. Minute 30 left. Lots of time to see if they can work some magic here, but it's a big shutdown from Verb through the middle of the map. You have some pressure now. He's looking for the second. He's going to back on down, just play his life, and that's perfect. You're just delaying the time.
Yeah, Potsy's haven't really moved forward. Like, they've just been sitting and finding kills towards the middle part of the map, but they need to go towards this B site. And all this fighting over the middle, again, it benefits the defensive team, but there is a nice little 3K, and now they're going under. Have to be careful for this grenade that's going to come out from Cardi, but he dies in that power position.
Nobody's blocking spawns, so Steel Reluon here. He's fighting for this one through the car. Again, it falls apart at the finish line. And everybody off spawn now. You're only able to get the one tick, 54 seconds. Suddenly you're panicking on the side of Potsy's Angels, trying to work off this spawn as Revive are setting up forward to see if they can catch more bodies.
The flank. Cardi on the big flank picks up Neb, and that's a massive kill. Now you can see two players instantly rotating to the bottom side of the map to deal with Cardi. They do pick him up, but that's a lot of time wasted that they're not pushing forward. And yes, there's still 10 lives left for Revive. This is not going to end on lives, and Potsy's Angels, they're in a world of trouble. They need to move forward, and quickly, they find a couple kills and give themselves some momentum pushing forward.
20 seconds left. Last chance here for Potsy's Angels to, I'd say, comfortably get a round win on the attack, but Revive are here. And Verb's inside, he's gonna slide. Frizzy waiting, in down low. Rage now, it's his turn to see if he can crack this one open. And he might have done enough, 5 seconds. He's gonna double back, not able to win it though. Neb has to slide
No
through.
respawns.
2.2 seconds, no respawns for Revive. Starry now in
No trophy.
for the stack on B. You're gonna get a late flake here from Luon, but is he gonna
Luon.
make it in time? He's
That's
going
all
down
Luon.
under. Third tick now, everybody falls.
That's
And they get it done. Revive, they hold strong on the defense, only giving up 5 ticks.
Yeah, now they're on map point. They're going to have a defensive round in hand as well, which they can close out if they can't get this attack. But if I'm Revive, the way this series has gone so far, I want to get this attacking round win, really put a statement down and show why you're here to play. And that would be a very dominant performance from them, winning 2 attacking rounds on control. But that was a close one. I mean, it was a close one. 4 lives left,
really
no
close.
respawns. About as close as it can get, but one final push just fades out in the end there. And great clutch performance again from Revive when it matters most.
I'd say from Luon just in general, because it's like that last couple of kills that you get on the point to win it, and let alone the 2 he gets to break the second time that they had that triple stack on. I mean, he made some big plays in that round for the team, but now Potsy's Angels backed against the ropes in the respawn. It's no comeback for Revive. This time they're the ones leading the dance, so some work to do here. Couple of opening kills leads the defenders now into the spot of Revive. See if he can drain some of these lives away. Force the spawns over towards P2, but Revive still fighting out of this one. Nice from Starry to play his life. He's going to get the information on 2 as well for your teammate to go clean up. Neb, he's hunting, but he hasn't been able to see anything. Finally going to pop up, takes down Rage. And it's J-Ray to find Luon. Everybody getting a piece of the pie from the Angels.
This is picture-perfect defense from Potsy's Angels so far. They're not allowing to Revive to leave their spawn. They're just spawn trapping them on this controlled defense. And you can see they're coming out with a bit of vengeance. This is going to give them some good energy. One player does sneak through its Verb all the way on B, but the rest of his team can't leave spawn. I mean, 20 seconds. This has been complete annihilation here in this third round as Potsy's Angels. Beautiful, beautiful defense. You couldn't draw it up any better. And yeah, Revive, they just get absolutely slaughtered in this third round.
6 seconds. Nobody making a play to the zone.
Look at the lives.
Oh, he doesn't jump in time. Oh, he gets it 0.
He gets
Whoa.
it.
0.0 seconds, are we sure?
0.01 probably, right? And he gets off.
Oh my
Ooh,
god,
still
no way.
Oh, he's dead.
Wait, they're still in it though. Frizzy now slides through.
There you go.
And they're over towards B now.
What? This
So-
would be insane.
A buzzer beater hold, and there it is.
There it is.
Okay, so Potsy's Angels, yeah, like a picture perfect defense,
Yeah.
a lot better than what we saw back in rounds 1 and 2. Granted, round 1 you probably should have won,
Yeah.
but round 2 was still chaotic, a whole lot going on, and that tends to happen when you're the attacking team. But round 3 comes around, and yeah, you spawn trap them for like minute 45
Yeah.
straight.
That's it.
So I heard some of the players outside getting loud.
We're going to keep hearing that. Don't worry.
A little bit of maybe bad blood across the board, but like, I don't think so. I think the teams are just happy to be competing, and they're just letting them know that they're doing the unthinkable right now.
Yeah, Potsy's Angels in the world of trouble. I mean, this is the very hard round, the attacking round, and they need to find something. You can see it doesn't start off well. Rage finds the opening pick, and a trade comes through from Neb, and a couple kills to Potsy's Angels. They were able to capture the A side almost instantly last time, but now Verb goes for a flank, looking for the double kill. Cardi helps him out. The trades come through. Starry needs to find this one-on-one kill. It's a big one, but there's Luon helping out his teammate. And yeah, Potsy's Angels off to a bit of a slower start than last time, and in this control game where every seconds matters so much more.
I don't know if it's like weird enough, but I got like a dry humor, and every single time I see somebody like mess up a nade or a stun, it just, that's like the little things that bring me joy. Just like, I think it's funny. I think it's hilarious. Because even as a player, when you do it and you're playing like ranked player, you're playing in like 8 lobbies, you do that, you're just like, well, like that's okay. You just can't forget about it sometimes, and it just sticks with you. So, a little bit of a chuckle, opening things up for Potsy's Angels attack, and Revive doing good at, you know, not allowing them to get too much progress here at A. Story in behind, pistols out, chasing.
Oh!
Oh boy, Luon
Starry.
puts him on a poster there. So, segment over towards A. Still 33 seconds. A good amount of time here to get this one done. I wouldn't say it's over just yet.
It's not over just yet, but a few kills could do it. Luon picks up one. Can he find the second? He does! Oh my goodness, Luon popping off when it matters most, but the rest of his team has fallen down. He just needs to play his life here and not die. Let his team come in with the reinforcements. Still a lot of time to go for this recontest. Should be able to find one in the doorway. No, J-Ray picks that one up, and that might very well secure point A. It's going to be one final contest here. Coming up from Cardi, picks up one. Verb picks up a second, but he goes down, and A point is secured. Now Potsy's Angels a minute 17 to try and close this one out.
Not done just yet, Theo. So,
Starry
another life for Potsy's Angels. They just found a green mushroom.
Starry's on a 6 spree.
Starry's getting it done right now. I mean, he steps into this roster from Carlton.
Oh, the car!
Car bomb gonna take him down. 3 go down for Potsy's Angels. And you can see Luon, he's looking to see if he can punish some of these members off spawn. He's in behind for the flank. It actually distracts Frizzy for a second. Blindsided by Verb.
8 lives only.
8v10, 48 seconds. You got that dog in you, Potsy's Angels. Let's see it.
Yeah, now is the time to do it. Rage. I like this position. Should pick up a free kill right here. 8 lives to 7. This is a round that could very well end on the lives. Starry picks up a free one. 7 lives to 7. They get into this B side, but Verb picks up one. The trade should come out from Starry, and it does. Starry should go down here, though. No respawns remaining for Potsy's Angels. Is this going to be the map? Going over to Revive. A big kill makes it 5 kills to 4.
Last shot for Potsy's Angels. Starry, astronomical through this map. So many sprees. J-Ray right beside him, but this is it. No respawns for either side. Frizzy's hitting the long flank.
Oh, look at Luon.
And he's gonna have to cross through no man's land, but he's found the timing. Starry's gonna open things up, but Luon catches him. 3v3. Somebody's gotta touch. 5.2 seconds. They're gonna be on the zone.
3v1.
Flank's gonna be caught as well, so it's all eyes forward. Potsy's Angels not done just yet. Cardi for the 1v3. Can he put the dagger in? No!
Oh my God.
We're going to a round 5.
And I believe it's going to be Potsy's Angels on the defense. They got the full cap. They got 5 the other time. They should be on the defensive end. And now Potsy's Angels put themselves in the prime position to close out the map. I think Revive had that one. They were up in lives. They just needed to trade out their kills, and they just fell apart when it mattered most.
Yeah, I mean, this is a banger from both sides. Look how locked in J-Ray is. This guy hasn't blinked in like 5 minutes.
Yeah. That's what you need at this point.
So round 5, who's got defense? It's going to be Potsy's Angels. And whether that's a blessing or a curse, we'll see by how the car bombs decide it.
Yeah. Team kill to start off. Not the best start for Potsy's, but J-Ray, he's not too worried. Picks up 2 of his own, and yeah, that's a wipe for the side of Potsy's Angels. As most would consider, probably defense is the stronger side, and you saw how good Potsy's were on last time. They had the defense. They just spawn trapped the Revive, but Revive trying to get something going, getting a lot of 1-for-1 trades, and now they're finally infiltrated the A site.
Revive's in. Where is he now? He's been stun checked, and that's good comms. Verb's going to turn around and fully secure a setup here at A. Is anybody going to get a chance to stop this one? Starry, it looks like he just wants to hit the flank, see if he can catch some of the kills in the exit. Maybe have a hand at this one. They don't cap it just yet. Can they walk away with the rest of it? Big win from J-Ray. Steal some time here. Verb now, he's going to be on with the slide shell throw. Potsy's Angels whittling things down, but a team kill, 2 down, and now you got to be careful if you're Jay.
Yeah, J-Ray on a huge flank. He's got a lot to do in this position. Down goes Rage. Let's see how many kills J-Ray can find in this spawn. I don't think Revive have any idea that he's there, but he's going to get run up on from behind. Starry can't find that kill and takes a lot of damage, pushing very aggressive with the pistol, gives away that power position just like that. That's a tick of progress onto B from Revive Gaming, but J-Ray on this flank finds a couple and saves the map for Potsy.
Finds the last player too, so 4 in a row. Back off the respawns. Revive has some forward aggression too. You see that? It was Rage or Cardi pushed all the way up and towards lights. Verb over towards the point. Everybody a little all over the place. Things getting chaotic now for Revive uprise, and you don't want it to get too far out of whack because you need some control, and you just haven't seen it in a little bit just yet. Second tick is getting depleted, 8v8.
I mean, I think this round's gonna end with the kills, right? You'd have to think a minute 20, 8 kills. That's a good start for Luon. There is an objective to fight over, but if I'm Revive, I'm sending in some flankers. I'm looking for some kills and 8 lives to 6 them.
Verb, he is gone all the way behind.
Oh, this is huge.
They don't know. Here he is. Verb and Cardi, Luon there too. No respawns for Potsy's Angels, and Verb might have just blown it all up. Starry now. See if he can save the day, and it looks like he's done enough for a second, but Cardi slide shells out. That's gonna be caught, and Revive, they do it again. When it matters the most, they ice up. And Potsy's Angels, they just never see it coming.
My goodness, what a map of control. What a map. 2, 3 attacking rounds, 1. Which is not something we've seen all tournament, I don't think.
It's not something you see often, I'd say. Yeah, you win an offensive round, you most likely win the series in 3 or 4, but for it to go all the way to a round 5 and Revive to do just that. Verb makes the play in the end, but it's the whole team had their moment, I would say. Yeah, that devastating end to round 1 for Potsy's Angels. You're looking back at the series, you're thinking, what could have been if not for the cars?
Yeah.
But again, I mean, you have to look past that. Again, like you said, goldfish brain. You forget about it. You go into the rest. They have a near perfect round 3 defense, but after that, it is just so chaotic. And I feel like that's what Revive brings to this game. Is that you see Luon's always flanking, Rage is inside the vault, Verb's trying to look for those long routes to try to get in behind and pick you off, stay alive. The only one who really plays normal in this team is Cardi. He's just straight up challenging you with an aims from a distance, but they hold on for the entire last round there, all the way down to the wire. You say it's going to go cut down to kills. It does just that for a round 5, and the swing map mode, we go back and forth, now back into the favor of Revive Uprise in the lead of this series with a chance to go to the grand finals and play St. Clair for the first time, might I add, at this tournament. They haven't done that just yet.
Yeah.
So this is a big moment for Revive Uprise.
Yeah, winning this series would obviously mean so much. Obviously, playing against the Saints, you're playing to win. You're also playing to get experience against probably the best team at the tournament. But if you're on the side of Revive, you can't think too far ahead of yourself. You still got a very, very strong team right ahead of you, and they just stomped you in a search and destroy. If you lose this hard point, you're probably worried about that map 5.
Of course, but look where we're going.
We're going to Skyline.
We're going to Skyline. How many times have you watched Potsy's Angels play Skyline this weekend?
A good amount.
Twice. And both of them were against St. Clair.
And it didn't go too well.
Oh, it was bad. It was really bad.
It was bad.
So, maybe that monster in your closet is here to haunt you if you're Potsy's Angels, but you go to the Skyline, you're teeing up once more. And a big issue I said that this team faced when they were playing against the Saints, I'm not sure if it was a tempo thing that like St. Clair just like ups the tempo and they're not used to it, but you were seeing players who were just taking too many routes, doing too many cute things, and not a lot of selflessness from this team on a map where you need to play selfless. You can't be selfish. It is too close quarters. The spawns are way too chaotic, and if you keep going for those trade battles, if you keep trying to punish those respawns, you're going to be losing out on objective time. And that's what happened back versus the Saints, and you need to see that fix here and now.
Map 4 underway. Revive Uprise against Potsy's Angels. First blood to Potsy's. Nobody getting on the hard point, but Luan, he's on the flank instantly and gets a couple kills. I think he's been their hidden hero, Luan. He's been maybe not putting up the most absurd stat lines, but he's always flanking, making the enemies worry.
Well, I agree, because like you think back to like round 2 of the defense that they had back in that Vault Control, and it was Luan who like single-handedly dismantled that triple stack at V. I mean, he hasn't had the sexiest KDs, but like every single time he finds a kill, it's like a valuable kill. So hey, he's been doing good for the team. He's also been getting loud on stage, trying to like battle J Ray's voice this whole weekend. So he's definitely a standout player to me.
Absolutely, and a standout point there for Revive Uprise. They go up 27-9 on P1. Now into P2, they have pretty decent spawns, but the flanks are coming in here from Potsy's Angels. Let's see how ready they are. Neb doesn't find the kill, doesn't know who to shoot at, and yeah, the gunfights are good for the side of Revive Uprise, but J-Ray, perfect timing there, gets up, drops down, falls down, and the spawns are here for Revive. They're going to get a big lead on this P2.
Yeah, this is not looking good for the Angels, so first he's going to take his time. He forces the gunfight, and Ver breaks his camera, so 2 quick kills there. Revive just continuing to stamp their mark in this hill. That was some tough timing there, and J-Ray drops after that, so 20 seconds left that you're trying to reach towards, but you have to start thinking about this rotation.
Yeah, this P2 has been very, very good for Revive Uprise. They're getting basically a full 60 as Cardi. 12-2 to start off this map. Trying to get some kill streaks does fall down there, but it is going to be Revive somehow first to the point, but the flanks are coming out. J-Ray will pick up some free kills. You'd have to think when he slides around, but Rage just finding the kills head on, and Potsy's just struggling to keep up with the firepower that Revive's putting up.
Potsy's a little bit disoriented. So many solo chows, so many read chows when you're low in HP. This is all over the place, and it definitely doesn't look as cinematic as it did back in that Search and Destroy. Nice triple kill from J-Ray, but it means nothing. You're getting no time off of it. And you're still getting contested inside the hill. Verb, a double kill. Again, stunting and staggering these Angels away from the time. So you're desperately trying to get into this hard point. You're trying to fight for these battles, but Revive are making it so scrappy.
Yeah, it looks like finally Potsy's Angels get a good 25 seconds there towards the end, but here is the big hard point. Next one coming in, it's Potsy's who have the good spawns, but we've seen how quickly this point can fall apart for the team that's already on, as the push is going to come through, the flanks are going to come through, the pistol doesn't find anything, Starry picks up a kill there, and Revive, they're in the point, but the good spawns are here for Potsy Angels.
That run back, see if he can make a play. Ooh, finessing round, not able to reach it though, slides a little bit too far, but his teammates are there, so the spawns, you lose this couple spawns in the back, but if you still hold this from the inside out, you're slowly going to leech these players away. And yeah, you got Neb cutting off those players through mid, so you flip things out now. If you're Protzi's Angels, this is your moment to maybe not fully flip the lead, but you're going to close that gap.
Yeah, they should be able to come right back into this one, make it like a 5-6 point game. They should hold out these last 19 seconds unless things go terribly wrong, but they're all going right for Potsy's Angels. It's been all pink in the kill feed. Verb finally gets a kill, but hey, after the first few rotations, after the first cycle, we're in a very, very close game of hardpoint.
Yeah, how nice it is to see pink in the kill feed.
It is.
Like, it's great color. I like especially for the dogcast. Enough with the red and the blue and the standard. This is
Ooh, the
new
flank.
news. So Frizzy, can he continue to make plays with his team? 2-point game, heading back into the second set of rotations. Nice win up top. That's going to allow some safe passage for the rest of your team to get to that hill. And it is that. Starry is inside, trying to catch this time. Luan, he's looking to be the annoyance.
I mean, Potsy's Angels, they've turned it up to another gear. They're just winning their gunfights straight up now. This is just amazing for them. Cardi started the map 12-2. He's 17-12, so he's fallen off a little bit. And you can see that's definitely impacted Revive. Uprising, they're really struggling to find some kills. Rage, though, makes a big solo play, but here's J-Ray back on the point, getting them some more time. And just like that, Potsy's Angels have a pretty good lead going into P2, but it looks like Revive might be the ones with the good spawns here.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, Theo. I thought this was gonna be a generational stinger for Potsy's Angels after the start that we got, but momentum's a funny thing in esports. Not just Call of Duty, but still got some work to do. Tie game, heading to P2. Full setup here for Revive, and Potsy's Angels were shut out from this last time we were at this hill. So they're trying to put together some kills, see if they can get a break from the front. They have a player going underneath, but as they hit it together, it's a team kill out of Neb, and that's going to cost them. J right now can't find the second. They don't break the spawns. They don't break the hill. Revive are still in.
That team kill cost them a lot. A team fight win and a lot of time. Luan, beautiful positioning, picks up 2 while in the prone. And this last 20 seconds surely will go over to Revive as they're going to be setting up as well for P number 3. They're ready to go here, and it's all blue in the kill feed for the last little bit. That's 7 consecutive kills for Revive and Potsy's. They desperately need to find a kill to swing some momentum back in their favor. They do, but you could see Revive, they're ready on that P3.
Yes, they are. 40 points. And the setup. Luan with an island. He's going to turn around. Nice shots from Neb. But it's still going to be Revive inside the hill, soaking up time, keeping this lead bumped out. Couple kills there for Potsy's Angels. Can they find how far they do? That wipe's going to turn into a setup, and it forces Revive now to see if they can take a different angle from this one. They're going to send a player all the way up top, see if they can take it from Jim forward. Send somebody underneath as well, but it's not paying out. All the kills go to Potsy's Angels, and again, they're looking to keep this one tied.
Yeah, feels like they keep coming back, Potsy's Angels, but they just need to break away as soon as they can. They won't even be able to tie it up if they get the rest of these seconds, which it looks like they will. A full 60 on P3 here for Potsy's. That's an amazing hard point for them, but you can see Revive. They're just setting up for P4. They know how important this next one is, and it's going to be all on Potsy's Angels to break the spawns.
Just what the doctor wanted right there. In fact, he wrote a prescription saying, hold that P3. They cash it out. So,
that's a big kill.
Luan for the double around. He's going to lock those spawns for Revive Uprise and force Potsy's Angels to break from the front. Unfortunate nade there for J-Ray. Frizzy's down. Sorry, looking to make the play. Shotguns Luan to the chest. And he's not going to be able to find the rest, but he creates enough distraction that it's Neb's turn to take a swing at this hill. Things start to get a little wild at P4, and Potsy's Angels, they're okay with that one. They are fighting for this series. They're fighting for the map, and they've broken the hill.
Yeah, they might take the lead on this one as Revive just kind of fell apart. You cannot let one player just find 2 kills in close proximity like that. And yeah, Potsy's will take the lead for the first time in a while. It's not a big lead, but it is a lead none of the less. But here's Cardi.
The first lead they've had for the game.
No, it's not. They had like a few point lead at some point.
No, they didn't. It's been Revive the whole way through. Yeah,
we'll check it.
We can fact check that one later. Regardless, Heading into the third set, tie game. Potsy's Angels taking the lead. See if they can start to run away with it now. After the second set, they are in cruise control. But even still, we've seen Revive uprise, claw back into the Hacienda. We know this is a team that doesn't give up.
Yeah, both of these teams don't give up. I mean, Revive were up 50 points not too long ago, and now it's a tie game again as Revive take the lead over Oriel McFrizzy. Finds one, gets taken down though, as nobody else is going to get too many points on this P1. I think Revive might get a few more, but they desperately want to rotate over to P2. This has been their strong point in this map so far, and looks like they have the spawns locked down. A little more time here for Potsy's Angels as they retake the lead, but P2 is the big focus here.
I swear, we're in like a semi-soundproof room.
No.
Every kill, I'm hearing a dead from the main stage. I'm hearing somebody yell. Oh, it is crazy out there. We're in the jungle, baby. So, 200 each. Potsy's Angels over to P2.
Oh,
Can they
Verb,
finally break it? No, Verb turns up for 4 in a row. Revive. They can't win here, but it's going to be like a few seconds.
Yeah, it's literally going to be 2 seconds if they can get the rest of this time to go. And Verb with a hero play, but he's shooting at Ghost right now, not the Angels. Needs to calm down a little bit. Obviously, it's a very tense scenario as Verb now on the 5 spree, but nobody's on the point for Revive. They're not getting these points ticked up.
That's okay.
And that's okay. Obviously, P3, still something to fight for, but Potsy's, they're going to get a decent amount of time back.
Makes our job more fun.
Makes our job more fun, you're damn right.
2:02 to 20, or 2:25. So time counting up. Potsy's Angels spawning towards that P4 side. They have the early setup to P3 as well. And it's J-Ray to see if he can help Frizzy over towards this P1. A couple of kills for Potsy's Angels. J-Ray almost snaps to the next one. Starry, can he trade it out? No, it's Verb again, cracking this egg open.
Not a good time to reload there for Cardi, but picks up the kill, and yeah, Revive, they can end out the game right here. Some big kills, and if they follow, the game will end. Here is Verb, picks up one, looking for the second, gets it, looking for the third, gets some hit markers, but it's 248 and counting. Revive, they're gonna make it to the grand finals as they take them down 3-1.
A Cinderella story on this Sunday afternoon. Flex on him, my man. Let him know. A revival in the lower bracket, a revenge story for this man, and a heroic game from Verb. Look at that guy in the back. 4 kills at P2, a break at P3, a star-studded weekend for these 4 players. And you can see that the celebrations, they mean a lot for them too. What a series we were blessed with for this lower final. I mean, that has to be series of the weekend.
Yeah, I mean, you predicted 4 games. We got 4 games, but it felt like 7. I mean, that was amazing. And you want to see Revive in the final against the Saints. You got your wish, and you said they're a dark horse. They could maybe give the Saints a bit of a run for their money. So, you know, good luck to Revive in the grand final. And also want to give a shout out to their opponents. You know, kind of a team put together last second. 3 players obviously played for Conestoga there, and they just made an amazing run this weekend, put on a real great performance for everybody.
They did. You know, I was kind of talking to them a little bit. Like, J-Ray wasn't even supposed to be here this weekend. He was literally a last-minute substitute for this squad. Potsy's Angels, they show up. They make it all the way to the winners final. Today, I mean, 2 losses. That's not at all how you want your championship Sunday to go. If you're any squad that shows up for a tournament, but they put on a show every single time. They were getting loud. They take a map off of St. Clair. They've proven just how good of a team they can be here at TXP, here at the St. Clair College Major 3 Championships. But it's just... I guess today's just not their day. So for Revive Uprise, I was talking about this team a lot yesterday. I had a lot kind of going for them. They looked great on day 1. They look even better on day 2. And now they got a chance to finally take on the Saints in a grand finals. We got to set the stage, so we're going to take a little bit of a break while we get set up for this one, folks. Stay tuned. It's going to be a banger. We got the championships coming up next.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the St. Clair College Major 3 Call of Duty LAN. Theo Noza Holy Juan, joined by Colin Seymour Cass. We've been here all day. It's all led up to this moment, the grand finals. I mean, what an exciting tournament it's been, and it's all come down to this one final game.
Just one game, two teams, a trophy, a little bit of prize money, all the glory on the line right now. And I think for both of these rosters, it has been two very different stories.
Yeah.
Like on one side, you got St. Clair, who has dropped one map the entire weekend. That was today in their winners' final game. They lose a round 11 search and destroy. And then you have Revive Uprise, who starts off yesterday by 3-0ing through their group.
Yep.
They go into the bracket play. They make it all the way to the winners' semifinals. They lose to Potsy's Angels in a Game 4 setting, similar to what we saw in that last lower finals, just roles reversed. And they make the lower bracket run all the way back. So big things going on here at St. Clair, and everybody is playing for this thing right here. This lovely, lovely trophy. It says the 2025 SCC Major 3 Champions presented by the PremierCircuit x TorontoXP. And this is what everybody's going to be playing for today. I guess a little bit of prizing too, and some glory. But most importantly, the trophy.
Yeah.
So let's take a look at our teams. Let's get a look at the vibes on the stage as SCC just coming off of a win versus Fisher in the CCL. Revive just coming off of a win up against Potsy's Angels here on stage, and is now meeting in the grand finals. Let's take a look at these maps.
Yeah, Vault is going to be our first, and it's going to be Hardpoint. Dealership SND is going to be our second map. Vault Control is going to be the third map, and if needed, Skyline Hardpoint and Rewind SND. You know, I was talking between maps to my good friend KB, and I asked him, hey, what do you think of Dealership SND? And he said, yeah, we're loving this map. We've played it a lot this weekend, and they said they want to play it. So this Dealership SND pick does not surprise me at all. The St. Clair Saints feeling very confident on it.
And that doesn't really surprise me that they would say that too, because like, if you've been around the Call of Duty community, and especially like paying attention to like the LATAM community, whether it was like LATAM Challengers when it was introduced for like the elites or like the cups, and you know, even beyond that, when you started to see like players, you know, bleed into the North American elites or the North American cups, and like these four in particular have rose the ranks to the top. And it's been through just how fast their tempo is, how fast like their pacing is when they've been playing against some of the teams. It catches you off guard. And a map like Dealership really caters to that playstyle. Just how small it is, how fast it is to just tee up on those angles, get into those close timings as quick as possible. St. Clair are going to be all over that. So to see it come up in a map too, to hear that they like it, it doesn't surprise me whatsoever.
Yeah, not one bit. But let's not get too ahead of ourselves. Map 1, basically starting in a few seconds. You can see some big smiles there before the grand finals. Always good to be feeling good before the biggest match of the weekend. And it's Revive Uprise against St. Clair. Map 1, starting right now.
Nades out, guns out. Let's get this grand final underway.
What?
KP,
How?
what a way to start it. 3 kills right off the rip. That's going to garner you some time. No flip just yet in terms of spawns. So Revive now fighting for the better side to see if they can get right back in. A couple kills in retaliation. Nice shots from Verb, and there they go for the break.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if you're seeing the player cams like I am. Everyone seems to be smiling at a very high capacity, both teams. So you can see Verb, he's had the biggest smile on his face this entire map. And
Pearly whites.
Starting off the map good for Verb. He's 4-2 now. He's fragging out, but St. Clair got some good time on this P1. But look at Verb. He is frying 5-2 on the 3 spree. And Revive, they're getting some momentum going in their favors. They're going to be leading after the first hardpoint.
And if there's anything that has been known through this weekend, it's just how strong Verb can play against those top teams. It's why I was excited to see these two match up against each other, because I think Verb is going to have quite the series now against the Saints. He's going to be caught though on rotation as 3 kills for Revive, but Seawat's inside the hill, winning the important one, and the rest of the team off the spawn, looking to reclaim this space inside the hard point. 25 v 20. Ferb still fighting for it. Rupert in the back, pistols out, just trying to spray
No
through
bullets.
this doorway. Can he get some help? No,
Oh.
Ferb's got a knife! And he is just slashing his way through him.
that was good. That was good from Ferb. Rupert had no bullets in his primary or secondary. Picked up a weapon, but the knife is too good. And Revive with a great start to this first map. They are just beating up the Saints right now on these first 2 hardpoints. St. Clair will get this garbage time, but Revive, they're going to be first to P3. Let's see if they can lock this one down.
I think if we did a stat this weekend on who's got the most knife kills, it's Verb.
Yeah.
I don't put a knife in this guy's hand. He's gonna get a double kill with it, or he's gonna do like the unthinkable, like break your camera around an angle, go back, and then just shank you. Like
That's the London style.
so, going into P3, 10 points for St. Clair in the lead. Revive Uprise looking for the retake now. See if they can work up these better spawns, get some players into some power positions, and watch over the setup now to get some time in this heal. Big shutdowns coming out across the map, and now all eyes on Cootie. As you can see him towards the south side, he's going to get caught too. That's Luan watching the flank route and allowing Revive safely to just soak this time.
Big kills there as well, coming out from Cardi, who's on a 5 spree, just frying, gets his 6th in a row, and they just continue piling on. Revive, they're going to continue to build their lead here in these last 5 seconds, but St. Clair, they have a nice flank here. KB needs to do everything in his power here to find the kill here, but cannot find it, as the point's going to be going over to Revive. It's all up to Seawas to make a hero play.
Yeah, Seawad's here. Looking to strike some fear into these players. Hugs the
Ooh.
wall, and he's going to pop a surprise there for Verb. It's a gun to the face, that's a surprise. But they're into the hill. St. Clair going to break off the back of this one. Contest in as those close spawns for Revive. Looking to surge through this hill, but Seawad's on 3, looking for number 4. He's on the hunt, and there goes Cardi. So all eyes forward, Revive off the respawns.
This has been a great P4 so far for St. Clair off the back of Seawad's amazing play. Rupert stays alive long enough to the point where Cootie can pick up that kill, and Revive having a really tough time getting into this P4. It's going to be close to a full 60 seconds here. St. Clair finally starting to break away in this hard point, but we're going right back to P1.
And I gotta say, after every team that we've seen play St. Clair so far this weekend, this is the closest.
Oh yeah.
Somebody has played them through the first set of hills. The Apatzi's Angels didn't do it. No team yesterday did it against them. And I think it's early off the back of Verb. He's 17-11. Cardi, I mean, it helps when he's 14-6. But if you can get a little bit of life here from Luan, the man who flexed on J-Ray, and maybe, just maybe, Revive Uprise can try their hand at bringing this one back, but here comes Luan. He's finding the kill, trying to track down another one. Gets turned around, Verb there to assist, but after the trades, it's KB and the Saints to see if they can grab this scrap.
Yeah, gonna get a bit of time here on P1. KB now setting up for P2, trying to get these spawns for his team. It's gonna be a big engagement here. A nice kill by Rage, though, does get taken out. So still, the fight for the spawns continue, as Rupert now is gonna be the one member for St. Clair, even on this side of the map. And Cootie, he's gonna be hitting from the front, so it's gonna be a two-way attack here. Luan doesn't know which way to look, gets shot in the back, but he's able to stay alive for the time being. He's got help. It's going to be hard for Rupert to get his way into that site.
3-prong attack from the Saints, and they're going to find their way in. Verb has to regen, 22 health, goes for the long chow, but again, just not enough health to make it happen. So Saints are going to break into the back end of this time. Still lots of time on this hill to grab. So Revive going to look to see if they can get back into this one, but hey, 4 down. That's as clean as it gets.
Oh, team kill. Got to get one of those a series.
It seems like it's like a prerequisite for us at this point. But St. Clair starting to pull ahead here, Theo, and Revive. They desperately need this rotation to Hill 3. This was the comeback for them back in the first set.
Absolutely. This is where they have to rack up those points. I don't know how they were able to do it so flawlessly the first time, but it's off the back of plays like that. Verb, a nice double kill, but you can see Revive. They're not really on this hard point yet. The third hard point, it's very hard to hold on to a long time because you can push from mid, can push from outside, and Seawads shuts it down early. Looks like St. Clair are going to be the ones starting up to rack up the time.
That's like 5-6 seconds on top of that, like an early setup that you're missing out for if you're Revive. Having those back spawns though, you should be able to like re-up.
You think?
But Luan's gonna spawn out. Pseudo flank now. Off the back, timing
Knife.
things off. He's gonna knife Cootie in the back, and the rest of the team looking to follow up with this one. Luan, he's gonna find himself in the hill, but now he's alone on an island, and KB slide shells his way through that fight. St. Clair break again.
Nice shot.
Keeping Revive Uprise outside of the hill and keeping them in the lead.
Yeah, some nice shots there from Rage, but it doesn't amount to much. It just feels like St. Clair have an extra member. We already spoke about this. They just hit over and over and over. And now, 2 players spawned out for Revive. It's going to be easier for St. Clair to walk in here, as it's only 2 members left alive. Nice shots from KB. They know where this last member trying to hold up the spawns is, and he goes down, and it looks like another flawless P4 retake for St. Clair. The map won't end here, but I think St. Clair are going to put themselves in a very, very good position after this P4.
That's what it seems like. 200 points for the Saints. Revive trying to scramble their way back into this hard point. 2 members from the front. They get a kill, so they've actually found a way in. Cardi gonna have to play for the regen, but somebody's gonna sneak in through the side door. How do you let that happen? And T1 helps them out, so Saints back into it. Verb not able to make any magic either, so you're backed out from that hill. You stall a little bit of time if you're Revive Uprise, but look at the mountain you gotta climb.
Yeah, it's a very steep, I was gonna say hill, but yeah, mountain here, as Goody finding a couple frags there. I mean, P1 for restarting back where the game began, and Cootie on a 10 spree. I think that's the highest number we've seen today. Does finally get shut down there, but St. Clair seems like they're clicking when they need to. It's going to be Revived with a bit of mid control here. They get the middle hard point, but St. Clair, they're just hitting from left, from the right, from the back. It's very hard for Revive to get any momentum in this map.
Yeah, they're everywhere. There's nowhere to go, so 3 dead.
Points capturing. Game can end.
20 seconds. Revive. What do you got? One last push together, setting things up. They have to wait for their teammates, but every single time somebody's getting caught, so trying to group together, but now you're just down to 5. Verb gonna look to go up. Hellstorm called in. It's
Superman.
through. It's Superman. No, it's Verb. KB, not worried at all. 4 seconds now. You get the rotation and new Revive. They're still in it.
They're still in it. P2 opens up here. Saints only need 4 more seconds to close it out. Rupert starts it off with a double kill. A nice trophy system. And Rupert going to be the first to fall. St. Clair know what little they need to do to close out this map. But Revive, they're putting up a big fight. Cootie, though, a double kill with that Hellstorm. Could be all she wrote, but the good spawns are here for Revive. They're going to be back relatively quickly. Rupert can't find anything on the backside, but this flank from Cootie could be game-ending.
This is the dagger. They've broken the front. Cootie not needed. And Luan's got the controller down. Saints take map 1. A great fight at the end there from Revive Uprise, but
showed some life.
Throughout the majority of it, St. Clair just kind of doing what St. Clair do best. Trading each other out, rotating, winning their fights for spawns, dominating in terms of the slaying as well. And we had a close game throughout that first set of rotations. It was nearly like, what, like a 10-point game? Not even. Heading into P4, Revive actually had a lead in this map. But after that, after you kind of switch gears back into the second rotation, you started to see Saints actually get towards those money hills first, get those setups, and start putting some multi-kills together. And I think that for Revive, it's just, for lack of a better words, a little bit of a difference in terms of the slaying that we're saying. I don't want to say it's like a skill diff out here because it's
doesn't sound right.
It's too easy to say that. It's just I think for Revive, they have like the right idea in terms of what they're doing. It's just that Saints do it faster, and they have a lot more power behind their punch.
Yeah, I mean, it was a bit of a rough map for them, but hey, can only look forward from now. Down 0-1, they're not new to these kind of scenarios. They've been through this. St. Clair hasn't really faced too many deficits, but on the flip side, Revive, they've been through it. So they've been here before. They're going to look to come back again, and we're going into map 2. You said this is the map? you're most excited for this tournament to see it all search and destroy. It is Dealership. And last time we saw St. Clair on this map, it was a pretty interesting map, honestly. They were down 3-1, and they finished winning up the map 6-3. And the main thing they really struggled with was flankers. So it's gonna be interesting to see, do they look out for those again, or do they just again steamroll through the sites?
Yeah, it's just you saw even like when they picked up those flanks though,
Yeah.
it was like
Easy.
one after the other, just like round after round. I was against Ace Slims yesterday, towards the I think last match that we casted before he signed off from the booth.
Wow.
Pretty close
It was
to
a
it.
long
We
day
casted a
yesterday.
lot
It was a long
yesterday.
day.
But no, and also like you say, it's like the most I've been excited to see like Dealership. Like, it's a little bit out of context in saying that. It's like
Okay.
yeah, I was excited for seeing Dealership.
At first.
Not so much because of like the map, more so because I hadn't casted the map yet.
Yeah.
Now that I've casted it a couple times, you're seeing it, and I do think that like for a team like St. Clair, like this is a perfect map for them. They're fast, they are tricky, and they're good at playing their life. And for something like Dealership, or even you look back into MW3 and you go to like a Rio or a 6-star, where all those like characteristics were really important in terms of how high the tempo is on a map like this. This is a difficult map to play Saints against.
Yeah, let's see how Revive do on it. We haven't seen them this weekend on this map, so let's see how they play this one. It's not a good start. Seawads finds a couple, finds a third on 5 HP, and you blink and you miss it. St. Clair College, a very quick first round off the back of Seawads.
Smiles there too. It's like they just lined up for him.
They're smiling the
Both
entire
sides.
time.
Yeah, I want to know what's in that cup. I've been watching it all day.
Yeah. He's
So many
also
stickers.
smelling the vapor rub there for like a boost of adrenaline.
For Vapo Rub?
He smells the vapor rub. It's like smelling salts, I think, or it just cleans out his nose.
Maybe. I'm pretty congested. Maybe I need to like.
Like
get
we
Vapo
we
Rub
saw
too.
it last year's with Matthias. Like we were just after every single map he would inhale it like through the nose, and we were like, what's going on here? Vapor rub. That's
Maybe it's the Windsor weather. You're trying to combat that.
could be
Your nose plugged. You can't breathe. You can't play COD. So
true.
shout out to Vapo Rub for Cardi. But yeah, somebody said that they thought that bottle was like pickle juice. And I'm like, what?
Ooh.
There's no way Cardi's drinking pickle juice on stream.
I mean, pickle juice isn't bad.
It's not, but I wouldn't drink it while I'm playing Call of Duty.
Yeah, I agree with you there. Anyway, let's get back into the game a little bit. It's a 3-on-1 for St. Clair in this round. KB does fall down. The bomb is planted on B, and Cootie and Seawads both haven't died so far in these first few rounds. Looking to close out the round clearly, and there it is. Seawads picks it up. St. Clair take a 2-0 lead.
2 up, and 2 very convincing rounds off of that. Seawatch triple kill, 3 versus 1 into the last round as well. And now for Revive Uprise, as you're going to swap back into the attacking side, you got to figure out, what you're going to do. Trophies are coming online, so definitely a chance to, move over towards that A site, see if you can get a plant down without the cars blowing up around you. And it looks like that's what we're maybe going to get. No, it's just a 4-hit through the middle of the map. They want to square up. They're going to tee up against the Saints, and that is not something you do with your chest out.
Ace.
Cootie runs them down 5 in a row. No ace for himself, but you square up against the Saints. You better have your fists up for that one.
Yeah, Revive just seem a little bit shell-shocked there. You can see one player on the phone probably wondering, what can we do different? I mean, nothing's going our way. Cootie and Seawads are just slaughtering us, have yet to die, and St. Clair, you can see why they like this map. They're absolutely firing on all cylinders, and they're 3 rounds away from putting themselves on match point. Both Cootie and Seawads have the RCXD online. I'd be down to see some double RCXD kind of tactics, some uncharted territory, but I know St. Clair, they're not wasting any time to get into their attack.
You're just a weird guy.
I mean, hey, would you be expecting a double RCXD around the corner?
No. You got me there, but I think Revive Uprise would. But Cardi here, he's stuck. So 9 HP, he's looking to stay alive. Rage on the other side, he's double chowed. Good bait and switch for Cootie to finish that kill, and they know exactly where Cardi is coming from. Players turn around.
Oh, how many hit
You got that top-down angle, and there is nowhere to go. So Saints up 4-0 in the Search and Destroy. A clinic on the main stage, and it looks like he's over there. He's sharing some words with the Saints. Probably like, hey man, that wasn't very nice.
Yeah, a bit of different energy.
You guys
from,
didn't even give me a chance.
from what we saw last series. I mean, last series, there were no smiles. It was full on, head down, like, get in your opponent's heads, try and do whatever you can to win. Now, hasn't worked this series. They've been all smiles, all friendly. Just St. Clair showing why they are the top seed. Up 4-0. Cootie and Seawads might as well be playing 2v4. They have gone unkilled this entire game so far.
Yeah, that's impressive.
It's very impressive, especially on a map like this.
13-0 between the two of them.
Oh!
Cootie dancing around.
That's a
Caster
curse. Jinx.
Seawad's still going though. 2 versus 1. He's gonna just jump out the window and
Wow.
finish it. Cootie sets them up for 5-0 in the S&D. Unkillable demon right now.
Yeah, I mean, going absolutely ballistic. 5 rounds to 0. And, oh, this is a strong showing from St. Clair. They want to be the champions here and 1 round away from putting themselves on match point. And they're looking very strong, very good. Search and Destroy was kind of the only thing that I was like, you know, I'm not sure. Maybe St. Clair could drop some rounds, could even drop a map like we saw, but I mean, they have blown them out the water.
Fades out.
Oh, gonna get a Hellstorm?
Seawad's waiting to invest this streak. Take a look at player number 1, Verb. He is hot on the
Get
trail
him!
and he is
No,
hunting.
he doesn't see him.
However, he has no idea he's going to be back there, but Verb, unchecked, streak doesn't get there in time. Verb finds all 3 and Seawad's. By the time you're out of the streak, you're like,
No way.
guys, where did you
Where's my
go?
team?
Where's my team?
Oh, no way!
Oh, man.
Seawads.
11-0. Look, he doesn't even believe he hit that shot. He's like, his eyes like lit up.
1-on-1 for the map, for the perfect map for Seawads. 12-0 to finish the map would be amazing.
They're
He's,
dancing around each other, too. He's going to have a chance to,
catch him off guard.
yeah.
Well, bomb is down. And the map's over. Seawads, perfect game, perfect ending to map 2. 12-0, putting the team on the back, and what a finish to our second map.
I was waiting for like the anime
Yeah,
battle of
something
like
like
dancing around the cars, fighting each other, throwing some nades and some stuns. And it just comes down to COD timing. And in the end there, Seawad's a perfect game in the Search and Destroy. 6-0 in round count, 12-0 in kill counts. You had some notable plays from Cootie, KB, and Rupert. They kicked their feet up for the entire series. But you look at this last round, Verb, he pops off 3. And then he gets nuked by Seawads here. We get to see it again. Those shots were crispy. And it's not even just the close for the perfect game. That is an ace in the last round, too, from Seawad. So he closes it out with all 4 kills in the 6th round, setting the Saints up 2-0 in the series and putting themselves on match point to be back-to-back-to-back TorontoXP champions.
Yeah, it's going to be going all into control. St. Clair have looked really good on control the entire weekend. So they're going to be feeling good, up 2-0, looking to take it home. You can see the vibes are still up for both teams as they are feeling good. But yeah, you can see the score there, 250-15 on the hard point. So a bit of a fight put up there. So wouldn't be surprised if at least round for control here coming out for them wouldn't be too bad of a showing. Maybe if they take a couple, they can put the Saints in some danger. But
maybe if the cars are in their favor.
maybe hey, last time they
That
were.
was crazy. I was even talking to Cardi after
I'm
this one,
surprised.
and I said, like, dude, like, that's like a butterfly effect. Like, that happens, and like a butterfly flaps its wings, and you guys win that series. And it was insane to see. Rage,
Gave him a little hit.
buddy, I don't
With
know
the
what
gun.
you were doing there, but yeah, that was an insane play. And he was even like, yeah, man, like that was down to the wire. A crazy series against Potsy's Angels, but Revive Uprise, the People's Champions. give themselves a shot here at the Saints. And Rage, are you just going for knife kills, my man?
I mean, Rage, if he had, swung the knife there, probably would have picked it up, but just he didn't get the melee off there. And just couldn't get the kill. Cootie, ooh, getting gunned down there by Luan. Nice mechanics. And I just want to point out, Verb, he's 1-0. He's been sitting in this position for the past minute, and nothing's happened.
I mean, like, this is, like, something that I see a lot of players have happen, is that, like, yes, it's good to be spawning out St. Clair over to P4, but nobody on St. Clair is dying, so nobody is spawning out. He's just essentially wasting time for his own team while his team is dying. So eventually Verb's going to be going down. That's after he leaves Ard. Maybe it gives him a chance to overextend it towards this A zone, and so far it has. Cardi and Luan going to be here. 3 go down. Cardi's pushed forward, and now it's time to try to punish the Saints and see if he can get some progress here at A.
Ooh, Rupert gets a nice double kill though, and now the counter is going to hit for St. Clair. 2 ticks are captured by Revive, but nice flank here from KB. Should be able to find one. Doesn't find anything, but goes around the corner, picks up a kill. That's 3 dead for Revive. 1 member in this point. Cardi's running around with a knife. He's looking for something devious.
He might be out of bullets. No, he's not out of bullets.
He's got bullets. He's just smiling from ear to ear, trying to pick one up. And the first round goes over to St. Clair.
No, no, no. No knife kills anymore. Saints, they've learned their lesson. And everybody having a good time here on stage. Saints comfortable so far. Heading in towards round 2. I mean, like, when are we going to get the Verb Rage Masterclass that we saw back against Potsy's Angels? And the two of them, they were like a dynamic duo from sheer presence. I mean, Verb's got the aims back out, so he's taking a back seat to at least the Jackal pressure, but I'd like to see him pull that Jackal out. I know he loves his aims, but he is just so good with that Jackal.
Yeah, it seems like Revive struggling really hard to just get anything going. In St. Clair, they are not letting go off this gas pedal. They are going 100% till the finish line. That's what these top teams do. They just show out and show off of why they are considered some of the best, as Rupert pushing deep into enemy territory. The A point secured with literally no resistance. Just
wait a second.
comes through. Oh, as I lie right in front of your face, there is some resistance on the point, but Luan goes down. Still, Verb tries to get in there, doesn't get it. A knife kill does come through onto Cootie, so a message delivered that they are hunting them, but will it matter? I'm not sure. A point captured by the Saints.
I don't think the message was received. Well, also, I can't believe you're spreading misinformation on the internet.
My bad.
How dare you?
My apologies.
But Verb's going to find a few kills. Team nade from Luan. That's going to give some safe passage from Rupert to hop over towards B. Double stack in. They're going to slide shell together. Take care of Luan. And Rupert finds the second. So still some progress over towards this B zone. Verb going for the read, but he just swings a wall. And C1 Fridley just going to put that one away. Stack now onto the zone. Kills coming through. Round coming towards an end. Saints are undeniable.
Undeniable, undisputable. That's going to be the second round going over to St. Clair, as you said. And they are on map point, series point, championship point here. Seymour's, I mean, they're playing like the best team. They're showing everybody why they deserve the respect that they have. And now just one more defensive round. You can see very poised, very calm, cool, and collected. They know the job is still not finished, but they can taste their third straight victory here. And just a great showing from them so far. Maybe not the most close series, but we saw some good moments so far in this one.
As long as they're having fun, I'm having fun.
Hey, that's all that really matters. It's
I'm
video
just
games.
here so that the players have fun.
Hey.
I'm here for the smiles. I'm here for the laughs. I'm here for some good COD. So let's see it. St. Clair College looking to put this one away now. Up 2-0 in the series, up 2-0 in the control. How much more gas does Revive Uprise have in their tanks?
Let's see if they can get anything going. Last time on defense, St. Clair just kind of walked into their spawn and made it very hard to push out, and KB He's switching over to the SMG. Scooty gets taken out by Cardi. Some shots at the body, but KB, he's enjoying life with this new sub machine gun he's picked up. Was on a 4 streak there, does get taken down, but all these kills are happening in the spawn of a Revive. A 360 there from Verb. I like that one. We caught it, but unfortunately doesn't get the kill.
Hey, Cardi, seriously. Just trying to knife them.
I was telling you.
Seawads knows better. Another 4 down. Swap over, see what Cootie's got going on. As he's been a little bit silent this map, but pops up for 1. Nice snap to the second. Help from Seawads is 4 down again. 15 seconds left. And you're racing to get over towards B. Now you can see the overextension from Verb. He's going to cut things early, but KB shuts him down. And that's it. St. Clair Saints. Back to back to back. St. Clair College Major 3 champions. What a showing from them. 1 map drop the entire weekend. And a whole lot of dubs for these 4.
Hey, you wanted to see Revive Gaming in the finals. They made it there, which is already a big accomplishment. But St. Clair, just inevitable. A little bit too good there in the grand finals. And they close it out in very dominant fashion. Congratulations to the hometown boys, the St. Clair boys at St. Clair College, able to bring the LAN again. Yep. And that must be a great feeling.
They bring the thunder, and man, it hurts.
Oh, yeah. And there they are with the trophy. Look at taking some pictures, taking some videos. A big, big congrats to them. Wyatt, our guy in the back. There's a team. Lift it up, boys. Nobody's cheering, but we'll cheer them on. Woo!
The Kings in the North, the St. Clair Saints. Nobody stands up to these 4 when it comes down to these events. They need some competition. And I'm looking at you guys at home. I mean, you sat here, you've watched the Saints win, and you think, like, man, somebody's got to step up. Come on down. I mean, this is definitely not the last time we're going to be having an event like this. And I think that there's some serious talent out there that can give them a run for their money. So, I mean, I can't wait to see, like, even next time if somebody's, like, going to show up and finally put these guys in their place.
Hey, I would love to see it. We already had a lot of talent here. And, yeah, obviously, nobody could really match up to the Saints, but we did see them drop a map. We saw some close encounters. But, yeah, I would love to see, obviously, when the next time comes, which will come for a certain. More teams show up, double the size of the tournament, get everybody in here, and just have a good LAN experience.
Well, it's been so far a fun one this weekend, but the fun for St. Clair doesn't end just yet. Now the Saints get to push on forward to the CCL. They got a chance at their grand finals in their division. You know, this is the regional playoffs coming towards an end. So, I mean, if you want to continue to support the Saints and you're showing up for these players, you can go look over towards College God to continue to watch this team today. But Theo, I mean, after a weekend of action here at the St. Clair College Major 3 presented by the PremierCircuit and TorontoXP, how you feeling, buddy?
I'm feeling good. You know, I thought I would be more tired, but with the games we've had, I think my energy actually rose. So I'm feeling great. It was an awesome weekend. It was a pleasure casting alongside you, Seymours. I think we had a great time today. Everyone who helped set up this event from production side did an amazing job. We always had replays. We all had player cams. Everything that could have went right, I feel like went right. And it was just a great event put together.
It was, and I want to give a big shout out to Cheetahwunga and the PremierCircuit for sponsoring this event. Before this, it was just TorontoXP who puts things on here in Canada, but coming together to put on another circuit for the PremierCircuit in Major 3. It was a fun event. Also, shout out to Brother Jammer and TXP, because this guy busts his behind for Canada, putting on amateur events, and he truly is the GOAT for the Canadian scene. But that's going to be all said and done for you and I. Shout out to production in the back. Shout out to you guys for tuning in. That's all for now here on the Saints Desk. We'll see you later.